for them. This is an athlete right here. I love figuring out with those defenses.
Welcome. Hey guys, I'm a few minutes early. I was sitting here watching an NFL mock draft on the NFL channel. So I'm just hanging out. I'm going to play some music until everybody joins because I know that I'm early. All right. All right, y'all. It's draft day. Yay. All right.
Clearly has like a Eagles like, well, now are they going to pick here? I don't know. How is this going to be dealing? I don't know if he's really down, big find a trade partner, etc. But this is a great opportunity to get a little younger up front, and this is a great class for that. So good job. Well done. I actually love it.
All right, y'all. 5 minutes until the NFL draft. Woo-hoo-hoo. 5 minutes until the draft. I'm early. Unc needs to leave. Okay, wait. I'm sharing y'all's comments. Let me take them off the screen. Thank you, D-Lay. All right. See, that's why I don't. Never mind. That's why I don't share y'all's comments. That's exactly why I don't share the comments. You see that now? You see, D-Lay to ruin it for everybody. I might try it later on. Welcome back to what she said. It's 5 minutes till draft. D-Lay said Unc needs to change his preference for women because it's getting him in trouble. I don't know if y'all know, but Shannon Sharpe has elected to step away from ESPN. We'll talk about that until the NFL draft starts. So, unfortunately, Shannon got himself in some hot water. We talked about it. Y'all check it out. There's a new episode of Listen Up. Listen Up podcast. We're on Spotify. So go to Spotify. We're on Apple Podcasts too, but I'm still uploading it. So we'll be on Spotify and Apple. And there's 2 episodes on Spotify. So if y'all have Spotify, check out the latest episode with Shannon Sharpe called Unexpected Consequences. And I was on Twitter today and I left Shannon a nice message. I started off by saying, with all due respect. Whenever you start off a conversation with all due respect, you get ready to say something. So I said, with all due respect, Shannon, you are from a small rural town in South Georgia. You had to know. You had to know. After Emmett Till in the past, and more recently, Jonathan Majors, I'm paraphrasing, that this issue would darken your doorstep eventually. And I didn't have enough time to say, if because your preference is what it is. Why did you think you would escape the same fate as an Emmett Till or Jonathan Majors? Now, be lucky you're not Emmett Till. May he rest in peace. But essentially, it's the same thing. So, if you're on Twitter, go find What She Said Sports and like the comment because it's true. Being from Georgia, okay? Georgia's the deep fried South. It just is. But he's from South Georgia, a small town. Now, one thing about Georgia is they have detention centers everywhere. Matter of fact, in small towns like Shannon's, if they were lucky enough to have any type of commerce or industry, it was a hospital, the school districts, and the detention center, if not a prison. And normally when you have these small towns like this, you have a large number of people that look like Shannon in these detention centers. And when you grow up in a small town and you're so impoverished that your house is made out of cinder blocks and the roof is made out of tin and it rained on y'all and you had to use the outhouse. You have seen some things. You have heard some things. You know, some folks have been buried, some folks have been incarcerated, falsely accused, this, that, and the other. What made you think you was different? The money? Jay-Z got falsely accused, and it said he's suing because one of the parties in the lawsuit knew the accusation was false, and it did his money, his billions. I checked, Jay-Z is still a billionaire. His billions did not protect him from being falsely accused. So what made you think you was different, Shannon? And what I thought was interesting is that Shannon, it's good when something happens to keep it pushing. It really is. But in a case like this, after you already had a viral moment that was embarrassing, because I knew he was embarrassed, and then this comes out, you want to keep it pushing. He's live at the NFL draft. I personally don't think he should have been there. I think Ocho should have went. Somebody else should have went. It's interesting that he put out this statement that he's stepping down from ESPN. I wonder whose idea that was. He said it's temporary while he gets these things together. So, he just wanted to keep it moving like it never happened. And I was like, Shannon, you can't just walk past this. And then, of course, the young lady is out there. He put her information out there, and everybody know who she is. She's very young. She looks young. And then there's another audio that's out, and I heard some of it, not all of it, because I didn't have time. And somebody was like, "You going to jail with this?" But then he still want to be at the draft. I'm like, people gonna be talking about you at the draft. So he put out this statement over here on the left, once again saying the relationship was 100% consensual. And people have said the only thing he's actually guilty of is getting played. That's it. He got played by the newest generation of scammers. You know, once the gig economy came along, Amazon, people could do Amazon, they could do Uber Eats, DoorDash, OnlyFans, all of this, the gig economy. Once that came along, people started trying to figure out ways to circumvent the process to scam it, just like anything else. Credit card fraud. You know, women on OnlyFans, enticing men. And some of these women, one in Houston, she was actually stalked and unalived by one of her OnlyFans people. It has happened multiple times. Because the men get upset when they realize they're being played. That's kind of like being in a strip club and you upset that the girl really is selling you a fantasy. And it's like on OnlyFans, they don't think it's like the strip club. It's the same thing. They're selling you a fantasy. So he put out a statement. I don't think it was his idea. He said it's temporary. He'll be back. What did he say? Let me read it. It said, my statement is found here. The relationship in question was 100% consensual. At this juncture, I'm electing to step aside temporarily from my ESPN duties. Oh my God, are all these people at the draft? QB's on the roster. Will Levis, Brandon Allen, and Tim Boyle. Oh, look at Cam Ward looking like the $43 million man. Okay, we'll get back to Shannon. Look at Travis with his hot pink suit dancing. Travis got on a hot pink suit in black. Let me know if everybody can see. Let me know. So it's outdoors. There is an outdoor. Tennessee's on the clock. Round one, pick one, 10 minutes. 32 sacks in 2024, tied 29th in the NFL. All right, here we are. Okay. All right, y'all good? So we get ready to turn our attention to the draft. Shannon stepped down from ESPN. We'll talk about that later. It's draft day. Ryan Clark let it leak earlier today that Cameron Ward is the first pick in the draft. So we're getting ready to see if that holds true. I think it will. And you know, we're gonna congratulate Cam. Let me know if y'all can hear, let me know if you can hear me good. There's 12 of us in here. Awesome, 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 awesome. All right. Now I had y'all's comments on the screens, but D-Lay came in with the conversation. I had to take it off the screen because I was trying to share y'all's comments. Hey, Regina. Hey, Queen T. I'm cooking, so I'll be in and out. But let's go, Shedeur. Yay! All right, we're going to put on some music, get the vibe going. We're going to turn it down low. We're going to use the same music we had yesterday. So y'all can hear me, right? I had headphones on. I'm sure y'all can hear me. Let's make sure. All right. See if y'all can hear me. Okay. All right. Roger Goodell kicking off coverage of the draft, coming out on the bicycle. I like the stage. Okay. Lil Wayne on the bike. Okay. I see Lil Wayne on the bike and Roger Goodell. Okay. Okay. Here's another person coming out. And there's another person coming out. So Lil Wayne is a focal point of the draft. Okay. These are a lot of there's Lil Wayne. There's Lil Wayne. Okay. All right. With a Packers bicycle. Is he a Packers fan? I know he's a big NFL fan. I'm assuming it's the Packers. So they're talking about best available top 100. Cam Ward is at the top of the list. All right. All right. Commissioner Roger Goodell. Booing Goodell. Good. They should. I think it might be time for him to move on, Jay. I think it might be time to move on from Goodell. Because he letting the media do too much. He's not holding them accountable. 2024, Tennessee went 3-14. They were last in the AFC South, have not selected first overall since 1978 when they selected Hall of Fame running back Earl Campbell. Brian Callahan is entering his second season as the Titans head coach. Okay. Will Levis went 5-16 in his career. Now, Will Levis was a second-round pick. So they have 3 QBs already in Tennessee. Let's take a look at who they play next. Tennessee's schedule with Cam Ward as their QB. They play the Cardinals first. Then they play Cleveland. Moving on, headed to the West Coast to play Denver. And then the Texans, the Colts, the Jaguars, the Raiders, the 49ers, the Texans again, the Colts again, Jacksonville Jaguars, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Chargers, the Rams, the Seahawks, the Patriots, and they play the Saints last. So, in order for Cam and Shedeur to play in the NFL, Shedeur would have to go to Cleveland. He would have to go to Cleveland or the Patriots. So that was a mock draft done today. Titans on the clock. There was a mock draft done today that showed that the New England Patriots need a quarterback. That's news to me. And it said the Saints did not. That's news to me too. So we might see some flip-flop. And I posted earlier. It's a Packers super fan and Lil Wayne. Okay. I posted earlier that okay, let's see. He asked me to pass a message to all 32 NFL franchises. So, okay, earlier today, I posted that NFL draft chatter today was that Cleveland was trying to find a way of considering Shedeur and Travis. Now remember, after CU's pro day, what did Cleveland do? They scheduled dinner with Shedeur and Travis. And remember when we were talking about after the combine, we were talking about how much the Browns have been crushing on Shedeur, right? Remember when I said they had their draft strategy was approved? No other team's draft strategy was approved and talked about publicly. You see? So maybe that's what it was. And it was said that, oh, okay, 9 minutes and 48 seconds. Here we go. We'll come back to it. We'll come back to it. My heart beating with excitement for the Buffs. Titans on the clock. All right. All right. 9 minutes. Now they already know. They said it's already Cam Ward, so we don't need to go the whole 9 minutes. But it's the second pick that I'm excited about. Okay, so they're waiting. All right, so the second pick, Cleveland. That's what we need to be talking about. It was said that Cleveland would be similar to the Colorado Buffs if they get Travis and Shedeur, which is why they're considering it. But I went back and checked Cleveland record. They went to the playoffs in 2023, so they aren't that bad off. And it looks like their GM might be in the hot seat. So like the Giants, they need a miracle. And the miracle could be Shedeur and Travis. But when Shedeur did all of his QB wide receiver combos on Max Crosby podcast, he didn't mention Cleveland. He mentioned Pittsburgh, whoever their quarterback gonna be. He mentioned the Saints, Olave and Derek Carr. He mentioned Tom Brady and Gronk, which is essentially Vegas. And he mentioned New York. So he either mentioned teams he know he's not going to, and he didn't want to mention the Browns. But the Browns, after pro day, scheduled dinner with Shedeur and Travis. And we never heard anything about it, so I know it happened. I'm telling y'all, that would do wonders. That would be good. And that person would likely save their job. We will see where Shedeur ends up. Yes. Overdue. Boring. Yeah, Boo and Goodell. Yeah. They on bikes. Yes, that is hilarious. Okay, there's they showing Cam Ward. So you know he's the pick. So the first, there it is. The first pick is $43 million this year. 43 mil contract, and I think it's fully guaranteed. That's what makes the first pick so special. All right, let me get my contracts page up. Here it is right here. NFL. Here we go. NFL contracts. All right, let's go. So yeah, it's definitely Cam Ward because they wouldn't be talking about him here. All right, Cam. We might as well just give him congratulations in advance. And in the next 10 minutes, as they get ready for Cleveland, we'll talk about the team, what it's going to look like. We already talked about their schedule, but you know, we'll see. All right, so in 2025, here we go. Oh, they didn't put them in here yet. They didn't put the 2025 contracts in here yet. All positions, quarterback. That's basically what I'm looking at. I was just trying to see if they put them in here, but they didn't. Okay, so I'm just have to go off of 2024. So the first pick in the 2024 draft was Caleb Williams. His contract was 39 mil, 486. I do believe this year it's supposed to be 43. I think I read that somewhere. You saw Shedeur got a whole setup with couches. No, I didn't see it. Oh, that's right. Shedeur is live on Twitch. So any of y'all that can look at Twitch, he's live on Twitch. I would have to get my phone and I put it on the charger over there. I might have to get up and get it. But Shedeur is live on Twitch. Shiloh's live on Twitch. Let's see. Titans on the clock. No one wants to hear. Right. No one. Okay, here we go. In Miami, you mentioned some of the issues he played with the remarkably more talented. Okay, 5 minutes left. That must be the Titans. Yeah, that's the Titans. I see the laptop. That's the organization in the background. My heart beating with excitement. I'm happy for Cam. So Cam moving to Tennessee, moving to Nashville or Franklin, Tennessee, or somewhere in there. All right. Anybody think they're gonna go to a Titans game? Oh, do they play the Falcons? Let's look. Uh, if they play the Falcons, I guess I'm gonna see them somewhere. Let's see. They play the Texans twice. Kansas City once. They don't play the Falcons. They play the Saints, and I'm probably not gonna see them in New Orleans. Let me see if I can go to Twitch, and I don't know. I might be able to share a little bit. Let's see. Twitch. Let's see if I can log in from here. Oh, there it is. Because I think I saved it to notify me when Shedeur goes live. All right. All right. So let's see. Shedeur Sanders. There we go. All right. It doesn't look like Shedeur's live yet. All right. So let's see if we can get Shedeur's live stream going. That's an ad for Taco Bell. All right. So they made their pick already. Because they made the pick already, right? Because everybody's shaking hands. So I'm assuming it's Cam Ward. Shedeur Sanders. Okay, I'll come back because I'm not sure what's going on. It says he's live, but I don't see anything. Cam Ward, the selection certainly, the phone calls and Cam certainly being on the other side of that phone. What a journey. Okay, so they showed us what they're doing in the back, and now they come out to the front. All right, here we go. They get ready to announce it. We already know it's Cam Ward. Yay! Congratulations, Cam. Congratulations. All right. Congratulations, Cam. Oh, Jaguar getting second pick to get Travis. What? Okay. Okay. All right. So, are y'all saying that? Okay, I think Shedeur must be going live afterwards. It says he was live, but so I don't know what happened. But okay, there's Cam Ward, the 2024 Davy O'Brien Award winner. Y'all know he went to Washington State, then he went to Miami. I think Cam came into college as a 0-star QB, and now he's the first pick of the draft. See how life can change? Never give up. Never give up. Jacksonville traded up to the second pick. What? What? Jacksonville traded up to the second pick? I couldn't find them on Twitch. I just found him, Sweet Pea. Try it again. You can find Shedeur, type in his name. There it is. So that means that Cleveland has traded their pick, right? That's what y'all saying? What? Browns traded to the fifth pick. Why they trade to the fifth pick? So they're not getting a QB. That means that the Jaguars are getting Travis. Oh, wow. Okay. He's so calm, cool, and collected he is. All right, y'all. Ooh, this is going to be interesting. So remember they said the Browns were going to get scammed out of their pick? We're going to have to wait to the end of the entire draft to see if they got scammed. Cam had a school record of 39 passing touchdowns in 2024. He led FBS. All right. Jaguar getting the second pick to get Travis. The Browns and the Jaguars trade. Browns receive 5th overall pick in the first round, the 36th overall pick in the second round, and the 126th pick in the fourth round, and a 2026. Oh, they get the first pick in 2026. Jaguars get the second pick, the 104th pick, a fourth round pick, and a sixth pick. So Jaguars traded up for Travis, and they said they would let him play both ways, so that's good. All right, Travis, we believe it is you. We are believing it's you. Okay. What y'all think about that? What y'all think about the trade? All right. What do y'all think about the trade? I'm trying to type thoughts on the trade. What y'all think about the trade? Let me know. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Okay, so Trevor Lawrence went 2-8 as a starter in 2024. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. When was he drafted? Wide receiver Brian Thomas Jr. led all rookies with 1,282 yards. And question, if the pick is in. Okay, all right. The pick is in. Okay, pick is in. Oh, okay. I think I can change the Travis now that Cam is up. I guess I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait just in case. I think it's Travis though. Drop in the comments who y'all the Jaguars picking. I think it's Travis. Travis to the Jaguars. Let's see. It said this is a game changer. They are drafting Travis. Yep. Travis' mama look good. Oh, I didn't see his mom. Okay, let me see. Travis's mom is on there. Oh, is his brother there? I haven't seen his brother. I know his brother there. And did y'all know his dad is there, right? His dad got approval to travel to go. Here we go. So the Jaguars not on the clock yet? They not on the clock yet? Travis is in pink. Yeah, he looks good. I see why this take for hours. It's not just the 10 minutes when you on the clock. It's the in between too. Because they took 10 minutes with Cam, but he was already announced as the first pick. So they knew they were going to pick Cam. So I don't know if y'all know, but Travis graduates from CU on May 8th. But because of the draft, when it falls, he's not going to be able to walk. But he actually graduates May 8th. So check this out. Travis gets drafted tonight. On the 24th of April, May 24th, he gets married. And in between that, I think next week they start some kind of camp, depending on the team he go to. A lot of teams start next week, OTAs. I don't know what that means. If anybody know what OTA practice is, let me know. And then in between, so getting drafted, starting NFL camp, rookie mini camp, then he's graduating, then he's getting married. Then he officially starts camp in June. So coming to the stand. Hey, fam, we've been saying this all along. Yes, Trav to Jacksonville. Yes, and his brother's there. Okay, y'all can see. I can't see. I don't see that. Coming to the stand, announcing it now. Okay, I'm watching Draft Center. Okay, I see. I'm watching a channel on my TV called the NFL channel. So they have 3 guys sitting at the desk who I've been watching the whole time since the combine. Bucky Brooks, this other guy. Here we go. Okay, we've already seen one trade. Falcons offseason workouts start May 27. Okay, here we go. Travis Hunter. All right. Here we go. Happy draft day, Jerry. Recognize a player who made a profound impact on and off the field, the Walter Payton Award. Travis is going to the Jaguars. Yes, that's what it is. I'm watching Roger Goodell give away an award. Oh, that's the young man that won the. Did y'all see the award on y'all's broadcast? Travis is going to the Jags. Okay, so ESPN is what Jay's watching. Okay, all right. Travis is going to the Jaguars. See, I'm watching Draft Center, so I gotta watch this young man, Henry Gladstone, get his award. So I just gotta wait. I'm watching the NFL channel, so I'm gonna see all of it, all of it. Raiders off-season workouts start May 19th. That already happened. Okay. Now, see, I'm watching a speech. I guess I can't complain. I can't complain. So I'm gonna just have to. OTA is organized team activities. Okay, so Travis is going to the Jaguars. Why this young man gets his award? Let's take a look at NFL schedule. Did it say if Travis was drafted as a cornerback or a receiver? Did it even say, or they just didn't put it up? Because he was a cornerback in a lot of the data that was out there. He's dancing. Go Trav. Go Trav. Go Trav. Okay. Congratulations to Travis. All right, I guess I could change the picture. I'm trying to figure out why do I have to watch this? Like, why? There he is. Okay. Okay, there's his mom. There's his fiance. Okay. He looks good in that pink suit. I love to see it. Go, you go, Trav. Travis looks good in his pink suit, y'all. Second pick in the draft. That's what I'm talking about. And I don't see him retiring if they don't let him play both ways. I think he was in his feelings or trying to get picked up. But we said the Jaguars was going to pick Travis. We have always said the Jaguars was going to pick Travis. That's pretty good. Congratulations to Travis Hunter. Here we go. Oh, look at Trav. Okay, so here's what they did on my end. They showed me a young man getting his award. And then I saw Travis dancing that y'all told me about. So on the NFL channel, we got to see the award being given. And on ESPN, you look like y'all went straight to it. All right. Oh, y'all saw Travis's dad? I saw a quick blurb, so I didn't get to see it. And they have Travis listed as a cornerback / wide receiver. Travis Hunter from Colorado, cornerback, wide receiver. Good job. Overall, his score was a 92. Athleticism is a 78. All right, let's see who the Jaguars are going to play until somebody else gets on the clock. Let's see. The Jaguars schedule. All right, this is who Travis is going to play. So we already know Cam is going to Tennessee. So let's see if they play each other. The Jaguars play the Eagles, the Vikings, the Lions, the Texans, the Jets, the Raiders. The Raiders. All right, y'all remember this? Oh, that's last year. Hold on. I need 25. Where's the 25 schedule at? Hold on. Jaguars. So they did play the Raiders last year. Let's see if they play this year. All right. Jaguars schedule is out. Let's see who they play. They showing Travis's highlights. All right, this is who they play. Travis plays Arizona first. That's against Xavier Weaver, Cincinnati Bengals, the Broncos, Texans, Colts, the Titans. All right, so Trav versus Cam Ward is to be announced. They haven't set the date yet, but it's on the schedule. Then they played the Chiefs, the Chargers, the Rams, the Seahawks, the Jets. They played the Raiders. All right, so if Shedeur goes to the Raiders, Travis will play against Shedeur this year. All right, y'all keep that in mind. And it won't be until They play the Titans twice. They'll play the Raiders third game almost to the end of the season. So if they have 18 games, all right, 15, game 15. All right, third from the end of the season. All right, y'all. So now we get to see who plays who. All right, so are the Giants on the clock? The Giants on the clock. His dad will be close to see him play games. That's true. That's true. But you know what? I bet $10. I bet you they gonna change his probation so he can go. But if he's like over 2 years in his probation, he probably could request that it be changed to travel, and he could get permission to travel. So the Giants are on the clock. All right. The pick is in. All right. Let's see who the Giants take. Y'all think they're going to take Shedeur? Drop in the comments who you think the Giants are picking. Again, I'm watching the NFL channel, so I'm watching people at a desk. Y'all see something different, let me know. Only team to have 2 rookies with 1,000 yards scrimmage yards in 2024, Malik Neighbors and Tyrone Tracy Jr. All right, so let me get the Giants schedule up so we can see who's going there. Abdul Carter. Okay. All right. Good. I see everybody in the Giants camp shaking hands. So they already made their pick and they get ready to walk out to the front. So the Giants have taken Abdul Carter. That's good. That's good. They have 3 quarterbacks already. I don't know. They could get somebody out the second round. Abdul Carter. Good job. All right. Congrats. 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 I'm way behind y'all because I'm seeing a hallway. I guess we waiting for the Giants to come out. Congrats, congrats, congrats. I'm just not seeing the announcement, so y'all gonna have to tell me what's happening. Y'all gonna have to tell me what's happening. 1 playoff win since the Super Bowl that they went to. How long ago? Is Kiel on here? Is Kiel in here? Because that's his team, and I don't see Kiel. I don't see. Oh, there he is. Okay, so when I see it, they showing the family after Roger Goodell go to the stage. All right, look at Abdul Carter. Okay. 3rd pick in the draft. I like his outfit. All right. Looking like Superfly or Samuel Jackson for one of his movies. Good job. Good job. Congratulations. He's an edge rusher. Okay. All right. I wonder how Kiel feel about that pick. He might actually like that pick. I can't remember last night if he picked Abdul Carter in the mock draft. All right, so that's good. They need that because they already have 3 quarterbacks, and they're probably going to get that. You know what that means? That means if they don't get another quarterback in this draft, or if they get a 2nd or 3rd round QB, you know what? That means Russell Wilson will be the starting quarterback for New York, and that will be a first. That means that's where it right now. That's where it's going. Now they could change and get somebody else. They could trade with somebody else. Okay. All right. I'm probably not gonna be watching them, so I didn't look up their schedule. But the 3rd pick in the draft, just in case y'all want to know, last year was Drake May, a QB, and it was $36 million for 4 years. So his contract should be about that as well. Let's see if they start putting 2025 in. Yep, they put Cam Ward's name in, but they didn't put his financials in. I'll come back. I'll come back. Oh, Travis Hunter is now in. All right. They just didn't put the financials in yet, but they are putting that they were drafted. Oh, wow. I already know who the 4th pick of the draft is. Y'all, guess who the 4th pick of the draft is? Now, see, this is a glitch. The 4th pick of the draft is Will Campbell, because it's in here already. I'm just look at this, I guess. Maybe I'll know when y'all know. All right. NFL draft contracts. Will Campbell went to New England. He went to LSU. He's a tackle, I guess. All right. I mean, if I just keep going, I guess I'm going to figure it out. All right. So really 4 picks have been done. Cam had a tear fall. I I bet. I bet. He reminds me of BJ Green. Yes. You talking about Abdul Carter. I agree. I agree. I agree. So the fourth pick is already in. I already saw it. Will Campbell from LSU. So right now it's showing round one pick for New England on the clock. Cleveland is next. Remember, Cleveland traded, so they're next. Let's see who Cleveland gets at 5. Now, let me ask y'all a question. Cleveland had 11 picks. Why on earth did they trade? They wanted 13 picks? And I guess they don't, they still get a good quarterback in the top 5. I guess we'll see. Somebody says Shedeur is going 20th. He might be. He might be. Honestly, a lot of the good QBs didn't go first. Like, okay, prime example. Geno Smith was supposed to be first. It was the whole draft process. He was the first pick. Oh, look at Travis dancing. Look at Trav. Go on, Trav. You made it, bro. You made it. You made it. And somebody's singing. So Trav is out there dancing, doing his thing. Travis' life is getting ready to change dramatically. Finishing college, getting married, getting drafted, going to rookie mini camp. Before June, it's a lot happening for him. But he's high energy. He can deal with it all. That organization gonna let Trav do what he wants. Yes. Travis will get to play on both sides of the ball with the Jaguars. I totally agree with that. Shedeur might be going to the Browns. I don't know why they would trade they pick though. Oh, I know why. Because Jaguars wanted to get Trav. And they had 11 picks. So I think that's what it is too. So we shall see. All right. Look, let me check my little contracts and see. Look, let me refresh and see who in there. Okay, they haven't picked anybody else yet. So Will Campbell's the last person picked on the NFL draft contracts page. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Y'all can copy and paste it and watch along from there if y'all want to. That way y'all can familiarize yourself with the particulars. Just be in the know. Ooh, okay. All right. The link that I just shared is NFL draft contracts through the years. Use the drop down and select 2025 and you'll see the first 4 picks. And this is updated before the pick is called out on television from what I could see. Or y'all that are watching ESPN or ABC can see it at the same time. All right, so who's next on the clock? Cleveland. All right, let's see who Cleveland plays. Let's see who they play. Cleveland Browns schedule. All right. (2025) schedule. All right, here we go. Cleveland schedule. All right, we'll be right back. My TV, they say they'll be back. Let's see. I'm gonna just refresh the contracts because they are clearly keeping that up to date with the picks. Nobody else has been picked yet. Let's see. I think Shedeur Sanders might be going to Cleveland. It said, oh, did you see Bucky girl down with him in Texas? No, Bucky said she keeps popping up. LOL. Oh, that's who that was. I did see somebody. I thought that was the mom. I didn't know who it was. Okay. It said Shiloh was shocked. She got out of the car with Bucky, right? And she ran into the tent. And somebody said, you're not supposed to be here. So, yeah. Cleveland. Oh, this is New England, but I already saw this pick. All right, pick is in Will Campbell. Yup. Family and friends, peace to everybody. Hey, Kiel, your team, the Giants picked Abdul Carter. All right, so now we're just waiting on Cleveland, on my end, for Cleveland to announce their person. The Patriots, for the Patriots to announce. The link that I put in the chat was for the NFL contracts page if y'all want to keep up with that. Hey, everybody. Hey, D. Johnson. 28 sacks in 2024, last in the NFL. Okay, 2024 win or loss. The Patriots went 4-13. They were last in the AFC East, missed the playoffs for the fourth time in the last 5 seasons. Wow. All right, Roger Goodell is coming out. I think they already announced the pick, though. So let's see. I can see who they picked. So they just announced Will Campbell. They haven't updated the contracts just yet. They might slow down a little bit because they kind of giving it away there. All right. So Will Campbell with his nice green suit on. Okay. He went to LSU. I'm surprised he didn't wear something like that, but I guess they will, whatever. I like his suit. He looks nice. The green and white pinstripe. That's a big guy. That's a big guy. All right. So the Cleveland Browns schedule, since they have the next pick, they play the Ravens, the Bears, the Bengals, the Steelers, the Bills, the Miami Dolphins, the Packers, the Vikings, the Titans. They play the Titans. The 49ers, the Lions, the Raiders. They play the Raiders. New England Patriots, the Jets. They got a good schedule. They got a good schedule. They have a good schedule. Hopefully they get a good QB here. All right, y'all. Let's see. All right, I'm looking for Shedeur's. It says Shedeur's live. I don't know if I see him though. I think he has ads on, so people are there. So it says terrible. So I don't know. His might not be going yet. Let me see NFL draft contracts. I don't know what happened, but they took Will Campbell off. They took Will Campbell off the contract list. Did something change, guys? Will Campbell is the pick for New England. His name was there, but it's gone. I don't know. Right now, I'm looking at his highlights from LSU. I think they changing up something. They taking it off. Maybe people told them, "Oh, y'all giving it away on there." All right. Shedeur Sanders. All right. The pick is in. Browns on the clock. Travis have guaranteed money? No. Only the first NFL draft pick is guaranteed. Jay, only the first NFL draft pick. Cam Ward, his contract is fully guaranteed. Will Campbell's parents are talking. Okay, hello everybody. Hey, Darlene, welcome. That's a big guy. Will Campbell, that's a big guy. Congrats to him for all the hard work. Okay, I guess they stopped updating the contracts because that's how I knew what was going on. Okay. Cleveland is on the clock. The pick is in. Let's see. Defensive end Myles Garrett. Wide receiver Jerry Jeudy. Career high 1,229 receiving yards in 2024. All right. Round 1, pick 5. Deshaun Watson going to be fired, I bet. I don't know. $46 million is a lot of money. They still owe him 46. They're going to have to do like they doing Kirk Cousins and find somewhere else for Deshaun Watson to go. That's what they're going to do. Hell, they might send him here to Atlanta. You never know. Because they are trying to unload that Kirk Cousins contract. 66 sacks allowed in 2024. Oh, my God. Yeah, do we really want Shedeur there? 66 sacks against, who was the QB? Jameis Winston? 66 sacks? That's crazy. All right. Jags trade up for Hunter. Restructured Deshaun Watson contract, clearing $35 million. Yep. Okay, I can see Shedeur's draft party, y'all. I think that's it. I think that's it. Let me see if I can. I think I can maybe share my screen, and so y'all can see. All right, let me see if I can figure this out, cause they showing it now. So let's see. Share screen. Shedeur. Let's see. We'll try it, guys. All right, can y'all see it? Let me know if y'all can see. It looked like it got stuck. All right, let's see. It looked like it got stuck. So this is Shedeur Sanders' event. There it is right there. Uh-oh. I think Shedeur might. I wonder if he going to Cleveland. If they playing music, I can't play the sound, so I hope y'all don't mind. Not Shedeur. Oh, okay. They got a defensive tackle, Mason Graham. Okay. Yes, Travis got drafted. D. Johnson, Travis did get drafted. The Jaguars traded up to get him for Cleveland's second pick. So it's not Shedeur. All right, y'all. On the screen to the left is Shedeur Sanders' event. This is his draft party. So that means Cleveland did not take a quarterback. So I don't know what they're going to do, but we're going to find out later. They might get a second round. I know they interviewed Jalen Milroe. So unless Shedeur is might falling, I don't know. But it's not bad if he does, guys. It just means he goes to a better team. Jalen Hurts slid to the second round. Lamar Jackson was picked one before the second round. Tom Brady was not picked until the 6th round. He was picked 199. So that's okay. All right. This is Shedeur's event. Shedeur might go to the Saints. Who has the 20th pick? All right, this is the Sanders draft party. I'm glad we can see. So since my channel, the NFL Network, is lagging because they showing everything. Right now, Roger Goodell is talking to Mason Graham. I get to treat y'all to Shedeur's draft party. Shedeur might go to the Saints at number 9. Okay, let's see. He might go to the second round. I don't have a problem with it because Jalen Hurts just won a Super Bowl and he went to the second round. That's a nice tent. Is that not a nice tent? That is a nice tent. All right, y'all. Make sure y'all hit the like button for me. There are 24 of us in here. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Bucky said he wasn't going to live stream. Somebody is. This is from Shedeur's page. Shedeur has a videographer with him at all times. I saw him yesterday. So Bucky might not be live and streaming from his page, but Shedeur is. Shiloh is supposed to be live streaming also. Oh, it's gone. Let's see. It ended. Let's see if it come back. All right. So we'll come back. We'll try later because right now his is messing up. Okay. We'll just come back to his event. Maybe when they draft him, we'll come back to it. So for now, who do we have, guys? Thank y'all for the likes. Thank y'all for the likes. Bucky said he wasn't live streaming. Thank y'all for the likes. Let's see. I bet Dion told his boys, if your mama act up, she out of here. That tent so big, she probably on one side and he on the other. That's what it's giving. That's what it's giving. I hate that it ended because I wanted to see it. Yeah, he think he let her go. He let her go there. Uh-oh, here we go. Here we go. The Raiders are up. The Raiders are picking. Who is it? Does anybody know who the Raiders just picked? Because they clapping their hands. The Raiders just picked, guys. Let's see who they got. Let me look at the contracts and see if they're still updating. Oh my God, the Raiders did not pick Shedeur. Y'all, they did not pick Shedeur. So Shedeur is either going to Pittsburgh or the Saints. I ain't gonna tell y'all who they picked. Yep, Ashton Genty. That's who they picked. Ashton Genty. Congratulations to Ashton Genty. Okay, so the Raiders have not selected. I'm gonna put a picture of Shedeur up. Just leave it up till he get drafted. Cause I don't care about nothing else. That's Ashton's family. Yay! Did y'all know Ashton Genty is a military kid and he actually lived, I think, in Italy for a couple of years with his father, who was in the military. And he's Haitian, half Haitian. Haitian. That's what I say. Ashton Genty to the Raiders. Yay! Thank y'all for sharing in the chat. 17 of us. I guess some people left. They like, well, if Shedeur ain't get drafted, I guess they leave it. And that's what I expect to happen after Shedeur get drafted. All right, the Raiders are up with their pick, but we already know who it is. But thanks to the NFL draft contracts. The Raiders hired Chip Kelly as OC. All right. We shall see. Ashton Genty. I'm so happy for him because he's a running back, right? There was a guy on ESPN who said running backs don't deserve to be picked in the first round. I was on the top 10. I was like, that's crazy. Because this young man did a really good job. His numbers are high. He led that's going to be good for them. That's going to be good for the Raiders. All right, let's see where Shedeur is going. Let's see. All right. Let's see if I can find Shedeur. Let's see. I'm going to put this up here so y'all can read it because this is what I responded to in my video earlier today. All right. Y'all read that while I get my phone. One moment. I'm back. I had to get my phone. Let's see. Shedeur Sanders streaming. Okay. So Shedeur didn't go to the Raiders. I wonder how you feel. He probably already knew he wasn't going there though. All right, let's see. So congratulations to Ashton Genty. Tired of trying to break Barry Sanders' record, but he didn't get there. Okay. That's not nice. This is a special night for her boy. She probably is not going to act up. I mean, I would hope not. They got to start over somewhere, co-parenting, communication, I guess. I mean, they've had graduations. They've had graduations and everything. All right, so what y'all see on the screen was posted earlier today by an NFL executive in response to all of the anonymity, that's the negativity with the sports media trying to hijack Shedeur Sanders' draft night and his brand by trying to influence what people think about him. Geno Smith, Raiders. Geno Smith just posted. I think it'll be fine. Did y'all see how big that tent was? We'll go back to it in a minute. Let's see. Let me see. Oh, look at that's his high school in Frisco. Lone Star. Oh my gosh. Look at his high school. Why do y'all think Coach Prime moved the draft event from Boulder to his house? Remember, it was supposed to be in Boulder. I wonder who's there too. Like, is Jimmy in a different location? Are they all together? Like, who went to the event at Prime Ranch? It says she owes. Okay, I ain't gonna read that out loud. Okay, let's see. All right, so they're back. The Jets. Okay, let's see who the Jets get. Let's see. Aaron Glenn is their new coach. I'm excited about that. They have a new general manager. The Broncos assistant in 2024. They released Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams. Wow, both of them. I guess they didn't do nothing. What? All right. So we are waiting on Mr. Shedeur Sanders. I don't look at Shedeur not going to the Raiders or not going in the first. I don't look at it as he's falling. I really don't. Because when I sat and did research, and I think it was James that actually prompted that research. He told me to look for fifth round picks who went in the fifth round. And then I said, I was like, well, let me look and see what quarterbacks have gone slid in the draft. That's the term they use. All the quarterbacks that slid in the draft are star QBs. They even talked about how Dan Marino slid in the draft. Aaron Rodgers slid from the top 5 to number 22. Aaron Rodgers went number 22. Pittsburgh has the number 21 pick. So he moved it because Travis went to the event. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. And that makes sense. And Travis wanted to be there, and his dad is there too. So I'm happy for Travis. His whole family's there. His mom did look good. She did. I like what she had on. So I'm happy for Travis. This has been a long journey for all these young men. Now, there's a young man who's a top prospect. I don't know if y'all know about this. I feel like his last name is Sutton, Sutton. He was adopted in 2023 by his football coach, who turns out to be Bo Nix's father. He's at Oregon in the NFL draft. So that's Bo Nix's adopted brother. So he said he had 2 families. I saw a profile on him earlier today. And I was like, you know what? I like Bo Nix. That's special. That's good people. And something was going on with his living situation at home. And his biological mom was happy for it. And his coach, which is Bo Nix's dad, told him, well, come stay with us for 2 to 3 days. And he never left. Now, the interesting part is, I don't know what was going on at home. I'm going to have to look it up. Because he had 2 other siblings. And maybe he was the oldest. And the mom kept the youngest 2. I'm hoping nothing happened to them. And it was so traumatic that he had to leave. But something happened. And he had to end up living with his coach. And, I was telling y'all when we were talking about Travis, when he was saying he lived in the garage out in, was it Smyrna? No, Suwannee or wherever. And, Gracie was like, that's a nice area. And I was like, he couldn't have been too bad off because he would have ended up living with his high school coach. Because I hate to tell y'all, but that's what happens with some of these guys. They either end up, if it's really bad, if they're homeless, like Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler, unfortunately, became homeless after his mom made an awful decision to abandon him at 13 because he looked like his dad and she just couldn't get over the situation. He was adopted by somebody he went to school with, a teammate or a student, a classmate. And those people adopted him and he calls his friends mom. That's his family, just like this young man. All right, let's see who we have. She was Sharpe, the mom. I'm not happy. Life is crazy. Shedeur got to make them boys pay for making him wait. He going to a better team. Y'all know what they say, God can bring good from bad. He going to a better team. Now, I will say this. This is messing with his money. This is messing with his money. Now, and that's what I don't like about it. But I'm telling y'all, they do this to the top QBs. They didn't do it to Josh Rosen, Josh Allen, Joe Burrows. I will admit that. But they did it to Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Geno Smith. Geno Smith was supposed to be the first pick and slid to the second day. When I heard them say Shedeur might fall to the second day, I said, oh, they doing him like Geno Smith. It happens to the black QBs a lot. Now, mind you, Aaron Rodgers slid, but he was still in the first round. Lamar Jackson got embarrassed. And remember, I dropped audio podcast. Listen up. Is there a plot to embarrass Shedeur at the NFL draft? So he's going to a better team, but they messing with his money. How do you guys know she was the problem? It takes 2. Okay. Armand. Who? Oh, Armand Mimble to the Jets. Okay, well, that's nice. That's nice. Yeah, they didn't need a quarterback anyway. So that means that Justin Fields will be the starting quarterback, barring any injuries. Justin Fields will be the starting quarterback for the Jets. And I want to see him ball out. I think he's good. So the Raiders added a tight end. Okay, all right. Cam Waters first. Recap, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Will Campbell, Mason Graham is 5th. Ashton Genty went to Vegas. A my Imbu. All right. So now guess who's on the clock? The Carolina Panthers and next the Saints. If Shedeur go to New Orleans, I ain't gonna be able to take it. In fact, I'm headed to New Orleans. I will be in New Orleans. I'll be in New Orleans next week on my way to Texas. I told y'all my daughter's graduated from college. So I'm headed to Texas, and of course I'm gonna stop in New Orleans. So because that seems to be what I do. So of course, if Shedeur goes, that'll be nice. I'll try to go live from there. Jimmy Butler is so crazy to me. Remember when he blew air in Jordan's ear? No. This is a nail biter. Yes, it is. All right, y'all. So if Shedeur don't go to Pittsburgh at 21, you know what? Maybe he is going to Pittsburgh. Because when he talked about his wide receiver duo with the QBs, he named, look at Travis. Look at Travis. Travis is so overjoyed, y'all. He just running through the hallways. I like his suit. Now, is Travis's pink suit similar to his blue suit from the Heisman? It's just a different color with that, how they have the strap going across. I like that. That's nice. Travis look good in pink. I like him. He look good. All right, Trav. Good for you. Good for you. Good for you. Yes, this is a nail biter. Let's see if Shedeur came back with his no, it's gone, I think. He didn't come back, I guess. He might not be happy. I don't know. He might not be happy. Then again, I don't know. All right. So, all right. Let's see here. They didn't put the other guy contract in there yet. So, all right, y'all. Who on the clock? I got on late. Who drafted Cam Ward? Tennessee. Cam Ward is the number 1 pick in the draft, fully guaranteed contract. Only the first pick in the draft has a fully guaranteed contract. Travis is second to the Jacksonville Jaguars, who said they will allow him to play on both sides of the ball. Good job. Good job. And Jacksonville is not too far from Georgia, 3 hours from South Georgia. I wonder if Travis gonna live in Jacksonville. I'm assuming he gonna live in Jacksonville rather than Tennessee now. He get married in Tennessee, but I'm assuming he's going to live in Jacksonville. Jacksonville is nice from what I can recall. It's a college town, and it is the capital. So yeah, he probably lived there. That'll be nice. Panthers pick is in. Who is it? His mom and dad jackets have the straps too. Oh, maybe they all have them custom made. I like it. It's nice. That's nice. Panthers pick is in. Who is it? Let's see. My TV says we'll be right back. So I'm at y'all's mercy, and I'm getting ready to look at these contracts and see who they put in the database. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, they didn't update it. They playing with me. So I'm going to rely on y'all to tell me. If the Saints don't get Shedeur, then Pittsburgh will. Yeah, because I'm out of options after Pittsburgh. So that means, now what did we say? If he don't go to the Saints, the Saints might pick Jackson Dart. That's going to be interesting. But I'm not worried about it. Pittsburgh went to the playoffs last year. They just lost in the first round. And DK Metcalf and George Pickens now, I think they were talking about trading George Pickens, so he still might be gone. But here's what Shedeur said when he was on Max Crosby's podcast. Let me see if I can find it. He said, the draft center said they'll be back, so y'all gonna have to tell me. Jacksonville stinks. Those burgers. Those what? Oh, those barges. Oh, okay. I've never been there. Okay. Let's see. Max Crosby. Let me find his podcast and see if I can find it. Let's see. YouTube. I'm looking at a commercial, so y'all gonna have to tell me what's going on. I hope they don't make me miss the Saints pick. I'm not gonna be happy with that. I want to see. All right, let's see. Max Crosby asked Shedeur Sanders to the Giants. Nope. They talked about his visit to the Giants. All right, y'all. This is what I wanted y'all to hear. Okay, so let me see if I can share my screen. So y'all can hear it, I guess. I don't know. Let me know if y'all can hear what. Just listen, y'all. Just listen. Just listen. Oh, never mind. The Carolina Panthers are picking. We'll come back to it. McMillan to the Jaguars. Okay, okay. Shedeur Sanders is going to New Orleans, in my opinion. Okay, congrats, T Mac. Panthers, Caroline. Panthers. Okay. Panthers picked the wide receiver. Okay, okay, McMillan. But that's good. That's good because Bryce Young is there and he'll have a good target. Okay. I mean, I know he has some anyway, but he's a good wide receiver. I watched a documentary on him today. He's from Hawaii. All right. So while they announced that, the Saints on the clock yet? Saints up. Yay! All right. The Saints are up. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. All right. We ready. We ready. Okay. Okay. I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm excited. Look at T Mac. He look good. I thought what he was said was interesting. T Mac McMillan. He said they don't do any. Oh, the Saints pick is in. Oh, who did they get? Who did they get? I'm still looking at McMillan. Who did they get? I could go to the contracts. Let's see if the contract's gonna tell me. Nope, it didn't tell me. So I'm gonna need y'all to tell me. Who did they get? Who did they get? Who did they get? Steelers offseason workouts. OTAs begin May 27th. What is that? 3 days from now? So they got 3 days before they got to report. Well, at least they all have different dates. The Texans is the 28th. It just depends. Okay, so let's see. I'm still looking at McMillan walking the hallway. He looked good. He said they don't take credit for what they do for themselves. They honor the ancestors with their hard work. So they're very humble. I like that. So he was the 8th pick in the draft. Okay. Look at him. Okay. He's happy. Okay. All right. All right. So who we have? Saints is not announced. Okay. Waiting to see them. Going to get to the stage. Okay. All right. Saints pick is in. Let's see. Checking the contract. Look, let me refresh. Because if they made a decision, it's in there. Uh-oh. They didn't. It's not Shedeur. It's not Shedeur. Shedeur must be going to Pittsburgh. He must be going to Pittsburgh or Denver or somewhere. I'm like, yeah, I saw the Saints pick. It's not Shedeur. That might be why I wonder if that's why his Twitch not on. Let me see if I can get back to it. Twitch. Shedeur Sanders Twitch. Check out this sports stream for 5 minutes. All right. He don't have it yet. It says it's live, but I don't see it. No. Okay. I guess he offline. Okay, we'll just wait. I guess he going to Pittsburgh. So, all right. So the Saints have chosen. Travis wanted the Broncos. He happy, trust me. I think he'll be better off because they have Sartain and he doesn't get to play 2 ways in Denver. But the Jaguars did say they would let Travis play 2 ways at one point. All right, so let's see. The QBs on the roster. The Saints have 3 QBs as well. Running back Alvin Kamara led the Saints 1,400 yards. Wide receiver Chris Olave led the Saints. I think Shedeur is going to Pittsburgh. All right, this is what I wanted y'all to hear. I'm going to play it because Shedeur didn't go to the Saints, so we might as well keep ourselves occupied. All right. I think I should be able to share my screen. Let's see. All right. Let's see if I can share it. It should be here. All right. Let's see. All right. Now I'm playing this so y'all can hear it while we wait, and we will be waiting. Now remember, Coach Prime said they had some kind of bull jump getting ready to happen. So, that could be, this could be what he was talking about. So.
Tom and Gronk, of course, but he's a tight end.
I like that.
So Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams, Chris Olave and Derek Carr.
That's a curveball. I was not expecting that, but I like it.
Whoever gonna be the quarterback for DK Metcalf and George Pickens, whoever that is.
For sure. I love that. Who's your Mount Rushmore of quarterback and wide receiver duos all time?
So Tom and Gronk, of course, but he's a tight end.
I like that.
So Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams, Chris Olave and Derek Carr.
That's a curveball. I was not expecting that, but I like it.
Whoever gonna be the quarterback for DK Metcalf and George Pickens, whoever that is.
For sure. I love that. Who's your Mount Rushmore of quarterback and wide receiver duos all time?
So
I say that so y'all could hear the answers that he chose were the teams that he interviewed with. He interviewed with who's picking? Oh, the Saints. We already got their pick. So he interviewed with he interviewed with Vegas. Shedeur interviewed with Vegas. He interviewed with the Steelers recently. Oh, that's the guy's family. See, he's with his family. And I'm glad, look at all those people. That's who he wanted to be around. So, yeah, that was really nice. Kelvin Banks Jr., left tackle from UT. All right. Is that his mom? Oh, that looked like his mom. Oh, that's nice. This is a guy that started. Okay, well, congratulations for Calvin Banks Jr. He's a tackle. Awesome. Awesome. If Shedeur is dropping in the draft, what's going to happen to Shiloh? That's essentially what I was saying. If they trying to snub Shedeur, is Shiloh going to get drafted? But yesterday on this podcast, when we did our mock draft, it was discussed and it was shared, and I was educated too, that Shiloh would, if he goes as an undrafted free agent, he would get to choose what team he goes to. So let's say Shedeur goes to Pittsburgh. Let's just say he goes to Pittsburgh. Shiloh goes undrafted. He can choose Pittsburgh. So there's actually you can pick. The money's different. But this is sad. What's going on with Shedeur? But it will be Shedeur at Pittsburgh Steelers because no one else needs a QB. The only thing about Pittsburgh that I'm cautious on is it's some politics at play in Pittsburgh because only the coach wants Shedeur. The rest of the entire organization wants another guy. And that's not a good situation. He deserves better than that, to go into. Now, I kind of moved off of the Saints yesterday after the whole Zion Williamson. Because if y'all don't know, the NBA team in New Orleans, the Pelicans, and the NFL team, the Saints, are owned by the same person. And they fired the Saints GM not GM, another person. It could have been a GM. And then they fired somebody from the Pelicans. They trying to move off of Zion. It's just a whole lot happening. And I was like, you know what? Cam Jordan might be right. The Saints have never had a QB come out of the first round since Archie Manning. So they still stuck in their ways. And that's not a good place for Shedeur to go. But if he go to Pittsburgh or any other team, hell, Shedeur could end up in Philadelphia. Yeah, he would be QB too, but that's really what they're trying to relegate him to. When they say Shedeur is a second-round draft pick, see, second-round draft picks are not expected to start. And there has been an orchestrated effort to send this man to a team where he would not start. When it came to the Pittsburgh Steelers, the headline read, Coach Mike Tomlin is being advised to draft Shedeur and put him behind Aaron Rodgers. And Aaron hasn't even decided where he want to go. So remember, Deion didn't want him on a trash team or in the cold. Well, I mean, it is cold in Pittsburgh. So he might go to a good team, but it's going to be cold. So we'll see. So right now it looks like who's on the clock? The Bears. Dallas is coming up. Dallas will say they were going to make a trade I think for Travis, that was earlier today. I think Travis is off. He's gone. So I'm just waiting to see if Shedeur come back, on Twitch or whatever. I guess not. I'll just let that be. Maybe he'll come back. He was live as we were nearing one of those picks, but he went off after that. But it did kind of get stuck. So, we're going to see. So that means, guys, number 21, we just got to wait and see if it's going to be number 21. But I do feel like they are working overtime to make sure Shedeur does not start. I haven't seen them work like this with anybody else, and don't forget Ashton Genty is out there too. So Shedeur might end up in the second round, but I don't know who he will go to. But that is messing with his money. That is messing with his money for sure. But that's what they did to Jalen, who just won the Super Bowl. That's what they did to Lamar. He was one pick up from the second round. So this is what they do to these guys. I mean, you could be first like Caleb Williams and get sacked 65 times. Y'all heard what Cleveland said. Cleveland allowed 66 sacks on their QB. Shedeur don't need to be there. I would have been fine with it, but he's going to a better team. All right, Chicago has picked. What did they need? Does anybody know what Chicago need? I don't even know what they needed. There's 23 of us. Please hit the like button. Caleb Williams, 68 sacks taken in 2024, tied third the most all time in the NFL. We don't want Shedeur going to no team like that. We saw enough of that at UCLA, but at Colorado. So Pittsburgh is cold. Yep. Pittsburgh Denver didn't treat Russell Wilson right. Pittsburgh rescued Russell Wilson from Denver. Pittsburgh was a shield for Russell Wilson and for Justin Fields, who looks like he's going to be starting with the Jets, which is why I said Shedeur going to Pittsburgh and only the coach liking him is threatening to fire the coach. That's really what this is about, which is why I think they try to force Shedeur there once the Giants got Russ and Jameis Winston. The Bears haven't made the playoffs since 2023. All right. We are 1 hour and 22 minutes in. All right. Don't forget who's in control, what she said. Right. I know who's in control upstairs. And I think Shedeur might end up in Pittsburgh. The fans are going to be happy. By all accounts, on every platform, Pittsburgh fans want Shedeur to come there. What I don't like about it is, why is it only the coach that likes him? And he taking a risk and nobody else. That make no sense. But Russell Wilson never had to leave Pittsburgh. They forced Russ out of Pittsburgh. 49ers pick is in. Chicago picked the wide receiver. Bears pick Colston Loveland. Okay, that's nice. I don't know how much longer this draft is going to be exciting for us because we got to wait to get to 21. Now, I asked the question earlier today. With all of the hatred towards Shedeur Sanders, I asked the question, is this about views? Are you making somebody a target that gets clicks because their name is in the caption? And y'all only saying he's going second because y'all know we'll watch it again tomorrow. Does that make sense to y'all? Like, they know if Shedeur goes on day 2, we're going to come back and watch. If Shedeur go on day 1, I'm going to watch it because I'm looking for Jimmy Horn Jr. to go, but I'm not going to be religiously watching it like tonight. So this could be a media ploy to get clicks. Again, it's not bad for Shedeur to go in the second round. It just messes with his money. The contracts in the second round are closer to 9 and 10 million. Whereas Travis, the guy he threw to, and Cam Ward, they in $43, $42 million. So yeah, that's intentionally hurting you. That's hurting your money. But they've done it to every guy that has made a decision for themselves. Jalen Hurts made a decision to leave Alabama. They weren't nice to him when he came into the league. He went 53 in the second round. Y'all know Lamar Jackson didn't want to switch to wide receiver, didn't want to work out as a wide receiver. They left him to last. I asked the question, is there a plot brewing to embarrass Shedeur Sanders? It's starting to look like it. And if he go to Pittsburgh, it's a double plot. for Shedeur to be QB2 behind Aaron Rodgers, who has not made a decision, and for Mike Tomlin to get fired. So thank you. Thank you for that. It says Shedeur endorsements are greater than them. All right. Listen, this is not about Shedeur's skill set. This is not about Shedeur's skill set. It might be about Cam Ward's skill set. It might be about Travis's skill set and everybody else that came after him. What's happening to Shedeur is not about Shedeur's skill set. Coach Prime said he was taking a vacation before the bull junk that's going to take place in this draft. He knew it was coming. I was actually on DNVR comments and I said, oh man, Coach Prime taking a vacation because he knows some bull junk coming. And DNVR responded, indeed. And here we are. The plot to embarrass Shedeur, just like I said. And that's what it is. They messing with his money and they trying to embarrass him by making him sit and wait. When you watch old drafts of people sitting and waiting that were good and they slid, they were humiliated. That's why I was glad Shedeur was not in Green Bay. And the media was in their feelings today. Well, maybe it's good he didn't come to Green Bay because it looks like he's now going in the second round. I was like, oh, y'all petty. I said, either you want us to come back and watch, and this is about your ratings, or y'all mad because he didn't come up there and y'all can't get in his face. They trying to control him. It's called bug breaking. I want y'all to think about this, okay? I thought about this. I want y'all to think, okay? Now, y'all know we love both Travis and Shedeur, right? But what we learned about Travis toward the end of last year, the way he handled the situation, how he reacted, just continuing to move on despite everything, all the red flags. What did we say? He confident as hell on the field. We said that, right? But when it come to him, he just let himself get walked all over, this, that, and the other. He's not confident. He giving everything away because he don't have no self-worth. That's what they want Shedeur to be. Shedeur would never be that guy. So they embraced Travis after they tried to snub him from Heisman. They embraced Travis. Not just because he's a good player, but he willing to go. When he talked to them, he lowers his voice. He's not talking loud. He's not saying, and now he did say, if you don't pick me, I might go, whatever. But they don't want guys, black men, QBs, making decisions for themselves. It wasn't that long ago they didn't even want black QBs at all. There are people still around from that era. We're not that far removed from Lamar Jackson's draft was a defining moment. So many QBs in high school and college were switched off to wide receiver, even to the pros. Warren Moon had to go to Canada. So Cam Ward going to Tennessee changes things. They already had a black quarterback, but it's been a minute. It's been a minute. They went, Steve McNair. They had Vince Young. It didn't work out. They say the quarterback up there, the coach up there was horrible. And a lot transpired. So remember our chart. We're getting ready to look at it again. Now that Cam Ward is in Tennessee, how that changes that division. Where Shedeur goes matters. They already stacked the best black QBs in one division, so only one of them make it out. Shedeur going to the Giants, I knew that wasn't going to happen after they got Russ. And we still don't know what they're going to do with Russ. We don't know what anybody's going to do in the second round. But I'm not surprised that he's sitting because I asked, was there a plot to embarrass Shedeur? Y'all know they went pull up his GPA today? The media, not the teams. The teams never cared about his GPA. They were like, well, his personality speaks to his GPA. I'm like, nah, y'all doing too damn much. You're not talking about nobody's GPA. So Coach Prime expected this. I'm not surprised by it. And I can't tell you if it's for ratings, but I would think you wouldn't treat a person like this for ratings. And y'all can see I have right here on the screen. They said, Shedeur had a second round draft grade, which meant he was going for the second round. And that was coming after it's like, oh, well, he not in Green Bay, drop him to the second round. That's essentially what it was. It's like they mad because he didn't go to Green Bay. But you just saw this young man who got picked last, Loveland, Colston, or whoever. Wasn't they around their family? All right then. Travis said, if I'm going to get picked first, I want to be in Green Bay. He didn't get picked first, but he's still in Green Bay, and that's fine. That's fine, but Shedeur don't have to do what Travis does. Shedeur has a brother in the draft, whether they want to see him or not. So this is BS-ery. But it's gonna work out better for Shedeur. It's just gonna mess with his money. He gonna go to a better team, but he gonna be paid less, and he gonna have to play. He gonna have to go through his rookie contract to get to the big money. Whereas the top 5 players are getting to the big money now. Cam Ward for sure. But I told y'all they wasn't gonna let Shedeur go first at all. And then because everything they threw at him was bouncing right back off, you know, they just keep trying to find something to rattle him about, and it's not working. This is the only thing that could work. It worked for Lamar Jackson. I don't think it bothered Jalen Hurts that much. If so, he didn't let it show. But he came out during the pandemic. I think he was at home. But he finally got his money, but he only got $9 to $8 million at first. Did you hear one commentator say if Shedeur gets picked? No. Dallas is up next. All right. Michael Williams. See, I don't know these people, so I'm just sitting here. Dallas is up next. Thank y'all. Let there be 28 likes in the draft. All right. So, in the draft. In the chat, it said they just showed Shedeur live. Still looking good and confident because he knew. Shedeur knew. If he go to Pittsburgh, he knew. And that's why he said on Max Crosby's podcast, and to the quarterback that's going to throw to DK Metcalf and George Pickens, he didn't mention those teams for no reason. If he don't go to Pittsburgh, I don't know where he's going. He could go to the same teams that we thought he was going to in the second round for less money. And what that means, they're going to try to relegate him to QB2. But Will Levis went in the second round to Tennessee, and he was a starter. So I told y'all, they're going to try to pigeonhole Shedeur. So they don't want him to start. I don't know why, though. That makes no sense to me. The reason that Cleveland was thinking about taking him to him and Travis was because they kind of look at themselves like Colorado. They changed that program. Why wouldn't you want him to change the program? So this just exposes the racial politics in the NFL. That's what this does. And it makes us talk about it. And even Dwayne Wade said, okay, all the criticism against Shedeur and Coach Prime got to stop. Now, he played basketball. A former, he part owner of a team. That's how people are starting to talk about it. That's why I dropped that video. I say, anybody confused as to why they are targeting Shedeur? Because that's what it is. This doesn't just happen to everybody else. This is not because his last name is Sanders. This is because he's confident, just like Lamar Jackson, just like Jalen Hurts. And they don't want that. And they drag both of them endlessly. They dragged Jalen Hurts right up until the last game for the Super Bowl for them. Dallas is up next. Pick is in. Michael Williams to the 49ers. All right, let's see who Dallas got. So please make sure there are 28 likes. I thank y'all so much. I guess we're going to make it to, what are we on, the 11th pick? I guess we're going to make it to the 21st pick. We are 1 hour and 33 minutes in. Okay. Well, it's probably going to be 2 hours before we get to that pick. Let's see. Dallas has not reached the championship since 1995. Ooh, the longest drought in the NFC, and they not even trying. A guard from Alabama. He look nice. I like what he have on. Him and his mom. They look good. They look good. They look nice. All right. Alabama. And I told y'all, if only Shedeur and Travis get drafted and the rest fall to like round 7, that's to hurt the program. Because what you think gonna happen? All right. You already know. It's gonna be like, so you could get me to the NFL, but in the 7th round. That's what's gonna happen. I hope that doesn't happen here. Last night when I went back and looked at the mock draft, all of the wide receivers are ranked for the NFL draft, but not anybody else. Just the wide receiver core, including Travis. All right, he a Cowboy. I wonder where he from. He got his chain on. Zook. What that say? Zook. Tyler Booker. I wonder where he's from. Alabama. He went to school in Alabama. So that's what's going on, guys. That's what's going on. You know, I would think that if it were like hazing or something, that, you know, and that's kind of what it feels like, but I don't think that that's what it is. I think this is about making your life hell because you don't do what I want you to do. That's what this is. It's like, look, I don't want y'all come. I already don't want y'all as quarterbacks. Okay. And I damn sure don't want y'all coming in thinking you have choices. So you go where you get picked. You don't get to say, I want to go to a team that's a winning team. Because if they start that, then other people are going to do it. And y'all know what that's about. Y'all know what that's about. That's unfortunate, but that's what it is. I heard Shiloh say they called it the Sanders FL, like the Sanders NFL, but the Sanders FL Football League. I was like, that's what y'all need to do. Y'all all need to pool y'all resources and go be owner investors in your own league. That's how I feel. Like this is ridiculous. So I'm showing y'all the picture on the screen because this was from where? The combine, where Shedeur had his hat on backwards and they said he was cocky. This is Jackson Dart. Do y'all not see his hat on backwards? Did y'all hear anybody talk about it? So here's what that does. Just like Jim Crow, it establishes a dual society, but within the NFL. It's okay for Jackson Dart to have a little swagger. It's not okay for Shedeur Sanders to have any swagger. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. They're like trying to, and that's what's happening in society in general if you don't realize it. You know, with this talk of going back to segregation and this, that, and the other, they trying to hold out people and say you could do whatever you want to do, but you can't. That's what they're trying to do. That's why they're leaning so hard on Shedeur, because they want to be able to separate Shedeur's actions. They want Shedeur to walk the straight line where people like Johnny Manziel could just wild out. So I didn't know if Jackson Dart put the hat on intentionally to try to say what y'all gonna say now. And he could have. He could be like, y'all tripping. He could have. But everybody sees what they're doing to Shedeur. What does that remind you of? A big oak tree on a plantation. You tie up one slave to it. You make the others watch. Y'all know what happened in New Orleans after Haiti defeated the French? The Haitians came down to New Orleans and they were trying to educate the black people, the black slaves, on y'all need to fight for y'all freedom too, because see, we were successful. What happened? They got wind of it in New Orleans. So they cut off, they decapitated multiple people and hung this part on the poles for every black person to see, so they wouldn't think about seeking their freedom like the Haitians. And that's why the Haitians can't come here. Not remember when the Haitians were in a crisis and they were coming here, y'all saw the man on the horse with the whip? That's why the Haitians can't come here like that. So that's what this is. And if anybody tells you it's not, it's a lie. This is about making sure people that they never wanted to be quarterbacks don't start thinking that they have choices, because then other people that look like them gonna think they have choices. And it's crickets on Dart wearing this hat because they want to set Dart apart because of what he looks like. You can do everything you want to do. You can do whatever you want to do, but you can't. They want to set up a dual system. Y'all say we live in two Americas, two NFLs. Two NFLs. You want to see? You want to confirm it? Let's see who else gets $330 million that didn't win the Super Bowl. That's black. Because Josh Allen did, and he never went to the Super Bowl. but you know 2 quarterbacks. You know 1 for sure. That's where we are. They trying to set it up so hold it out different, so you'll know your place. They want to take somebody like Shedeur and break him in front of everybody else, like Travis, like Cam. And honestly, I think it's kind of working. I think it's kind of working because I listened to a lot of those guys talk, and one guy was like, I just want to do what they tell me to do. I was like, oh, okay. That's what he said. I want to do what they tell me to do. In other words, I'm so happy to be here. I'm going to do whatever you tell me. That's what they want this guy, Shedeur, to be. They don't want that for Dart, though. They want to see confidence. They want to see the confidence that Aaron Rodgers had. They want that for Dart, not for Shedeur. It's all good because Shedeur has a chance to get on a winning team. Right, like the Steelers. Coach Prime said that it was going to be lots of bull jump. Yep, that's it. That's it, 22. Coach Prime called it. And everybody knew when Coach Prime went on vacation, because he was going on vacation ahead of the bull jump, he knew this was happening. Just like Ryan Clark knew Cam Ward was officially the first pick and announced it today. You don't think people know where Shedeur going? They know. Coach Prime knew. That's why he went on vacation. He knew this was going to upset him. He knows Shedeur should have been picked higher. But it's okay. Because if he go to a team that's better and they let him start, he might get as far as Jaden Daniels did. A lot of people don't go to the drafts. Right. But they were upset with him. See, this is the thing. Shedeur does what he wants to do. That's not what they want. I want you to salivate for this. Travis, Cam, not Shedeur, he grew up with this. So he's not going to be giddy like that. He knows how to move around. That's what makes him the best QB. Coach Prime called it. Some of these guys, when they get under the lights, you know, I told y'all say they like Travis. Why they only making him a corner? Wide receivers make more money. Luckily, he going to Jacksonville. But when they kept talking about him, they were relegating him to one side because they didn't want him to pick what it is that he could do. They didn't want Cam to pick nothing. This is what we're going to do with you. Remember, they was going to get rid of that pick until when the Saints was like, oh, Shedeur could go to the Saints. After Alvin Kamara was down there, oh, bro, they changed their tune real fast. Real fast. When he was up there at CU, oh, they was like, oh, nah, we can't have this. You might as well. That's what the city looked like. Miami just picked Kenneth Grant. Deion mentally prepared them. Right. And that's why yesterday on Twitter, I said, I'm so glad. Yesterday or early this morning, I said, I'm so glad Shedeur did not go to Green Bay because all they were going to try to do was stick that microphone in his face every pick and ask him stupid questions. So I'm glad he's with his family. Shiloh too. Cowboys select Tyler Booker. Congratulations, Tyler. Congratulations. Did y'all know that Emmanuel Acho DM'd Bucky and asked him, was Jackson Dart QB2? I'm like, what? So people were talking about that on Threads. I said, Emmanuel Acho don't have the good sense that God gave him. He don't use it. Why are you picking with this man? And Bucky's response was, I was blind, but now I see. Because I guess at one point, he liked him or whatever, but now, he sees this guy is just trying to poke at his brother. And why would you ask Bucky about Jackson Dart? Meaning QB2 in the draft. Well, no, he's not. But that was the question Emmanuel DM'd to Bucky. You see how they trying to play with the Sanders? They trying to downplay the Sanders legacy because they only want it to be the Manning legacy. See, they trying to downplay. That's crazy to me. As much as Coach Prime into this league, as much as he has connections and people in the league, this is how they do him. I'm just floored. But it's really about the Manning legacy being treated one way and the Sanders legacy being downplayed. That's crazy. That meant it was never genuine at all. It's just because he was good. Because it's not just because he is a Sanders. It's really not. Because Jimmy Horn Jr. last name, not Sanders. It's a lot of people last name not Sanders, and I just hate to say it. You know, when Travis went flipped from Florida State to Jackson State, he lost a star. His last name not Sanders. They don't like that. Dallas selected a guard. They played it safe. Shedeur is going to take it personal and pop out and show him. I think he already knew. I did. When he met with Max Crosby, I think he knew where he was going. I even thought that Max Crosby let it slip that Shedeur was going to the Raiders, because he said something about we can do something at practice. And I was like, practice? But you can see they didn't pick him unless they're going to use the second round pick. Anything's possible. So now we have, who's on the clock? Hell, it'd be nice if he get to come to Atlanta, but he ain't going to get the start. Shedeur should go somewhere where he can start. They don't want that. They don't want that at all. Look at this guy, Tyler Warren. He's at his house with his family. Nobody put in the paper, well, it's good Tyler Warren didn't come. They only talked about Shedeur the whole draft. Today, I finally heard them talk so good about Jalen Milroe. I was like, you know when they started talking about Jalen Milroe? When Shedeur didn't show up in Green Bay. Then Jalen Milroe became the second best QB in the draft. And Shedeur went to third. So the third best QB has not been picked yet. Shedeur is about to save Mike Tomlin's job. No, Shedeur probably about to get Mike Tomlin about to get fired. I think they're going to get rid of him. They said they supposed to be firing the GM in Cleveland. I think Cam Newton talked about that. I was like, that's crazy. That's just crazy. That's crazy. Hour and 45 minutes. All right, the Dolphins are on the clock. Hey, Gracie, how you doing? He's from Alabama. It says, how do you go from 1 to 5th in 2024 to 20 in 2025? It's a shame. It happened to Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers went from 1 to 22. Milroe was hugging him so tight. Happy, guys. That's what I said. They want you to do it about our right. See, that's what it is. I'm telling you, they trying to set a hierarchy almost like a dual society. Remember when they had Jim Crow, they had the colored fountains. You can't do this, but you can. Oh, you can eat in this diner, but you can't. That's what they trying to do. And the reason why I say Roger Goodell needs to step aside, he can get the media in check. Why would you let all of the media, anybody? You only have TV contracts with certain stations, with certain networks. Outside of them, I'm not giving you why you think it is. Okay, let me share it while we wait. All right. I posted this in a video earlier. The NFL Players Association has asked the NFL to update its media policy. Because why? One, the players are forced once in practice and two at the games to have interviews with the media, the same media that's trying to harass Shedeur Sanders, right? Read this right here. It said, over the past 3 years, the NFL Players Association has tried to work with the NFL and pro football writers of America to move media interviews out of the locker rooms. However, there has been little willingness to collaborate on a new solution. Players feel that the locker room interviews invade their privacy. Because why? It said or uncomfortable for obvious reasons. At the gym, I don't even want weird people coming in there like that. This isn't about limiting media access. That's what I want to do. But about respecting players' privacy and dignity. The NFL's current media policy is outdated. We, the NFL Players Association Executive Committee, urge the NFL to make immediate changes to foster a more respectful and safer workplace for all players. In the meantime, we encourage each player to ask for interviews outside the locker room during the week. He just said during the week. He didn't even say the games. They like during the week, just staying out there. You don't have to come in the locker room. So what they do is the media act like they own the players, like they don't have to respect the players because the NFL allows them access to the players. So all of this harassment to Shedeur, the NFL could control that. Now y'all know Roger Goodell's grandson was on Jackson State's roster. You see? That's why I said it's time for him to go. Because he is allowing the media to degrade draft prospects. They haven't even gotten in the league yet. Y'all do know the NFL draft is supposed to be a celebration. But they were trying to ruin Shedeur's celebration. Oh, we got his GPA. He's this, that, and the other. Oh, it's good. He didn't come to Green Bay because he's going to the second round. And now he's waiting. What did Shedeur say? Shedeur said, it don't matter to me where I go. He already have money. But they think they're going to stick it to him good. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. And you don't think the media knew Shedeur was on that podium with his head on backwards? They're like, oh, we're not worried about that. But you can't do it. Roger Goodell is allowing this. And he needs to step aside. They act like Jim Crow is either coming back from the dead and he being resurrected instead of Jesus on Easter Sunday this past week. So Roger Goodell needs to go. He is allowing the NFL to be stuck in the dark ages. This NFL media policy is outdated. And if they can't even get the damn locker room to be private, you think they're going to say something about Shedeur? That's why people were booing Roger Goodell when he came out today. He got to go. He has the lead stuck in the dark. Get over it. The majority of the QBs are black. Yeah, we see y'all playing musical chairs, trying to make sure that they not all starting. We get it. You say it's about the players being younger. Bo Nix is younger. He was a rookie. Trevor Lawrence was a rookie. But do you see any of those players, including Trevor Lawrence, who's on a horrible team, getting sacked like that? How many sacks did they allow on their quarterback this year? Shedeur went in interviews and didn't kiss it. Right. And you know what Shedeur said the other day, which means they was watching the Max Crosby podcast? They really thought he was coming to Green Bay. They did. I don't know why. Because they already say they weren't. Then Shedeur said he was asked by Max Crosby about the hatred that he's getting. And Max was kind of speaking to it. And he said, I don't know who the Falcons picking, but it ain't gonna matter. Long as Michael Penix Jr. is the starter. So, you know, he said, oh, I respond in person. He said, well, what do you like? How was your dad handling it? How were you handling it? Did you respond to people? Shedeur said, I respond in person. They saw that. They watch him. They looking for something to harass him on, just like the cops used to do to black people back during Jim Crow. You could even walk down the street, and if you looked at a white person, it was an issue. So Shedeur basically saying, I respond in person. And saying, I don't have no, and when they want to interview for me, I'm not doing nothing for him. He already said it. That's why this is happening. They heard that. I watched him be interviewed by somebody after his Pittsburgh interview, and I don't know what the guy was expecting. Shedeur was like, well, yeah, if you sit down and talk to somebody for an hour, you kind of get a feel for him. See, Mike Tomlin knows Coach Prime. He actually likes, Mike Tomlin likes Shedeur. He said, I never met him before, but he's smart. He's a good QB. Did y'all know Nebraska's coach came out in defense of Shedeur and said he shouldn't even go past the third pick? He said, that's ridiculous. If I was drafting him, he'd be gone by the third pick. And here we are. They want this kid to suffer, just like people associated with Colorado's program wanted him to suffer. Same thing. I agree on Roger, but the NFL using Shedeur, he been on the NFL. Of course, they going to use him for clout, but that doesn't mean. See, that's why I'm asking you. Okay, so let's be honest. If you think they're using Shedeur for us to watch the draft, because we are still sitting here and we would have been gone. Maybe that's what the NFL is doing. But the NFL and the media, even though the NFL allows these things, they are two different entities. and you saw the post that I had that an NFL executive say, that's ridiculous. We're not pulling nobody in the draft because of what the media says. That's exactly what that post was saying that I had up a moment ago. 31 sacks in 2024, 31st in the NFL. May 27 is the first day of OTA. A linebacker, Jalen Walker, Georgia. Pittsburgh is 21. Yep, we trying to ride out to 21. We on 15. We got 6 more to go. So Shedeur going to Pittsburgh. Guess who else I think going to Pittsburgh? Jimmy Horn Jr. Remember, Pittsburgh was a team that told Jimmy Horn Jr. we saw enough. It'll be all worth it. Because those are the two I wanted to play together. When Cleveland said they were going to get Shedeur and Travis, I'm like, oh, okay. But y'all know. Oh, and I didn't tell y'all. Steve Smith, senior, who played in the NFL. He did a top 20 wide receivers, I think. Jimmy Horn Jr. was number 10. Jimmy Horn Jr. is listed as a top 10 wide receiver in this draft. So really, he should be gone late tonight or first thing tomorrow when they start. I don't know if they start late tomorrow. I think it's 4 o'clock. So because they end late tonight, they have a late start tomorrow. So Jimmy might be in Pittsburgh too. I don't know what pick they have in the second round. But a trade could happen. You never know. But if Shedeur is going to Pittsburgh, I think he'll be good. It's just that I feel like they might fire Mike Tomlin and then he just get a coach that they send. You don't know who that's going to be. And even though Mike Tomlin has never had a losing season, it's like he the only one that likes Shedeur in Pittsburgh. That's crazy. I think that's insane. And I told y'all, right before the combine, they were talking about the coach that picked Shedeur is likely gonna lose his job. I'm telling you, all of this stuff has been said. I've been out here keeping receipts, retweeting so it can be there when I come back, going back, looking up stuff, because I'm gonna put together these receipts. Because this is not your typical. This is not constructive criticism. This is harassment. This is emotional abuse for the stuff that, because they're trying to force him into a particular position, which is manipulation. And it's just all negative. They didn't want him to have a good night. But he around family. That's why I'm so glad he didn't go to Green Bay. So glad. But they didn't talk about nobody else that didn't go to Green Bay, just Shedeur. Because he does what he makes his own decisions. Y'all already heard Shedeur jokingly say Travis get told what to do. That's the person. That's the kind of people they like. They just announced only one QB has been chosen so far. Right. Cardinals made the playoffs once since 2016. They're on the clock. 4 minutes left. I don't even know what they need. They say they're going to build around Kyler Murray. We're going to see. Well, I'm excited for Tennessee. Cam Ward is close by. Let me see. I don't even know. You know, I can see me in New Orleans watching a football game. I like Michael Penix Jr., so I'm probably going to pop up, I'm assuming, at a Falcons game if it's not the Falcons and the Saints. But I'm happy. I want to see Travis in Jacksonville versus, I think they play Tennessee. So I'm excited for the guys that have been drafted that we know thus far. But I am, fingers crossed, if Shedeur is going to Pittsburgh, that's where Jimmy Horn Jr. going to end up as well. Because a top 10 wide receiver, how many wide receivers been selected? I thought that was special. I did. I was like, wow. So, but that was somebody's opinion, I guess. So we'll see. This was our chart that we put up. All right. This is what we said. See, we already have Shedeur down here at Pittsburgh, and we already have Cam Ward over here, I think, at Tennessee. So we 2 for 2 right now if we give Shedeur go to Pittsburgh. So let's see. That means, okay, so Tennessee did what people thought they wouldn't do. And that was get Cam Ward. And that means Aaron Rodgers. No, not Aaron Rodgers. Who is that down there? The Colts. Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson, Cam Ward, and CJ Stroud. So that means 3 of the 4 quarterbacks in the AFC South are black. That's what that means. Now, I had Jalen Milroe up here with the Saints. So Jalen Milroe's in Green Bay. I saw him, Travis, and Cam Ward earlier on a pre-draft special where they had like YouTubers out there interviewing them. I was like, see, I could be there. You never know. Coach Prime fans, talk to him. Shedeur Sanders was built for this. See, everybody's on the same page. Shedeur Sanders was built for this. It's going to be okay. Because if he, honestly, you know what people think? People think Shedeur is better off with Mike Tomlin as his coach. I wonder why they think that. So it's not necessarily the draft pick you got to be worried about. It's the team that you end up with. Like, I think Ashton Genty is going to be good in Vegas. I think Travis is going to be solid in Jacksonville. Travis is going to put Jacksonville on the map. That's what I think is going to happen. Defensive tackle Walter Nolan from Ole Miss just got picked to the Cardinals. Okay. Good job, defensive tackle. Okay. Look at his family. See, he with his family, you know? He's with his family. I mean, honestly, that's where you want to be. It said Shedeur Sanders was listed as the 38th best available player left in the draft, the 38th. Jackson Dart is 48. Let's see where Milroe is. So that means the QB is going late in the draft. That's what it's given. And if Shedeur goes 21, it said the Saints not expected to have clarity on QB Derek Carr's health situation prior to tonight's NFL draft. GM McKee Loomis said this will not affect their draft plans. What? So they don't know who they gonna get for QB because he's injured. But they gonna still draft whoever they drafted, which is not a QB. So that's why they didn't draft. Now we talked about that. Remember, I said I thought Jalen Milroe or Jackson Dart, this is before Shedeur entered the conversation, could go to New Orleans because of the connection with the new head coach, Kellen Moore, who came from Philadelphia, right? So then I said probably Jackson Dart, because he right there in Ole Miss, that's that crowd. You know, business. These are business decisions, strategic moves. They showing the guys with their new fans. Oh, that's cute. I'm waiting to see Travis. I just saw Cam and now I see Mason. I was waiting to see Travis. So the guys went out into the crowd to take pictures with the fans of the teams that they got drafted to. I like that. So when that happened with the Saints, I told y'all right off the rip, when they hired Kellen Moore said he wanted his own QB. But the GM, who just made the statement, this not affecting our draft plans, want to keep Derek Carr. You see what's going on in New Orleans? Another reason Shedeur don't need to be there. They not on the same page. And that causes problems. That causes problems. So we'll see. We'll be here to 21. We 2 hours in, unless I get kicked off my platform. But, you know, we're going to be here. But in looking at the chart we put together, it was a post-free agency and second draft projection. We were right about Cam Ward. If they pick Jalen Milroe in New Orleans, it's going to be a second round or a late round pick. And Shedeur, we're waiting to see if he goes number 21. So my TV says we'll be right back. We'll be right back. So, you know, it's a lot of politics at play here. But the good thing is Shedeur goes to a better team. He's home to Walter Nolan. Okay, good. I live near the Panthers. Okay, I think we have somebody else in the audience that the Panthers. It says showing the Sanders family Affleck commercial. Oh, okay. It said the stick together, they always choose each other. They want to put him in a place and will sometimes use. Right. Well, that's what I was saying. In Pittsburgh, the headlines read, Mike Tomlin is being advised to draft Shedeur and put him at QB2. So they using Mike Tomlin to try to put Shedeur at QB2. But remember, Russell Wilson was supposed to be QB2. And he ended up being QB1. And I told y'all, I feel like that's why they forced Russ out of there. And that's why I feel like they have kind of taken away, I guess, feeling like their decisions overruled Mike Tomlin's decision. And that's why he the only one that likes Shedeur, because they already know. They already know. Even if Aaron Rodgers goes to Pittsburgh, he 42 playing against 23-year-olds. If he get injured, who gonna start? What that sound like? Michael Penix Jr. and Kirk Cousins in Atlanta. Do you know if Travis is married? Huh? He's supposed to be getting married May 24th, but it wouldn't surprise me if he's already married. They could have eloped. It wouldn't surprise me. It would. They had a small ceremony, moved up the date, this, that, and the other. It would not surprise me. So he's supposed to be getting married 30 days from today, Juanita. Yeah, God got Shedeur. I think everybody that's watching this knows this. And if he and Jimmy Horn Jr. both end up in Pittsburgh, it was going to always be this way. It was going to always be this way. Because Pittsburgh didn't even enter the conversation until late. They keep showing Shedeur and the family at home. Okay, I haven't seen that yet. Okay, good. That means he's coming on up. I think Leanna pregnant. Yeah, I wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. I figured it might happen before the wedding, but they might have got married. Who knows? I wish him the best. I'm just happy to see his family there. His family. I'm happy to see his family there. So, but his mom looked really nice. She really did. So, but yeah, I mean, if she is, here's the thing. 30 days from now, they supposed to get married. They could have moved it up. They could move it up. They moving to Jacksonville. Now they got to move there. I don't know if they were still in Colorado. I feel like they left Colorado, moved away from Colorado, but I don't know where they moved to. So, but yeah, Coach Prime got Shedeur was okay. I'm telling y'all, when Coach Prime took that vacation and said, "Why?" I knew he knew. I feel like last week, what's today? Thursday. I feel like earlier this week, toward the end of last week, everybody already knew, because think about it. They were starting to have their pre-draft press conferences. So they already knew what they wanted to do. So Cincinnati is on the clock. Then, okay, we almost to 21. Let's see if my little chart works out with Shedeur to Pittsburgh. Then I'm going to be looking for Jimmy Horn Jr. to end up in Pittsburgh. And then I'm going to be a Steelers fan. I'm going to be a Steelers fan anyway. It says she's scared he will get rid of her if stuff keep coming out. Absolutely. So I'm not surprised by that at all. Sanders fam number is 21. Yes. You know what? I was doing something today, and I said, wait a minute. The Steelers got the 21st pick, like Coach Prime. I was looking at a video, Coach Prime, Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M. Okay, 17th pick, first round. Okay, good job. I like his green suit. That's nice. More disruption than production. Big time burst. Rashawn Gray. I don't know what that means. Maybe they see Carlos Dunlap. I don't know. Career high, 5.5 TFLs. Okay. But I was looking at Coach Prime, and the 21 popped up on, the screen, and I was just looking. I said, wait a minute. And then I started thinking about Shedeur talking about on Max's podcast. If you go look at it, you can see how he was like, or anybody that's going to be throwing to DK Metcalf. I'm like, okay. He could have said the Giants. He could have said Cleveland. He did say the Saints. This guy looks good. Look at him. Him and Travis together, they going to be a problem because they both excited. He is hyped. Steelers offseason workouts began May 27th. Boy, I'm telling you, Shedeur fans going to descend upon whatever that practice facility is. Hell, I might be one of them. We should meet up down there. I think that'll be nice. Titans off-season workouts also May 27th. So now I'm sure Cam and them, they celebrating. They outside. They having a fan festival. All you had to do was register and it was free. Vikings off-season workouts. May 27th is a big day for the NFL. That's a big day for the NFL. All right. So the fans outside are cheering. They happy to have him. That's good when the fans happy for you. Instead of them booing. They like, Seahawks missed the playoffs 3 or 4 times last season. They on the clock. Mike McDonald entering the second season as Seahawks head coach. Now remember, Seahawks say they didn't want to lose Geno Smith, but they just got Sam Darnold. So let's see who they pick. Sam Darnold signed a $100 million contract, traded Geno Smith to the Raiders for a 3rd round pick. Oh, in this draft. Okay. So they got a 3rd round pick too. Okay. 3 minutes left. Let's see who they get. Yes, the green suit. Yeah, that's fly. That's Leanna's brother, Juanita. Oh, okay. Shamar Stewart is nicely put together. Yeah, he looks great. He looks great. He looks great. Signed DeMarcus Lawrence to... Oh, DeMarcus Lawrence is a guy that left Dallas, who said he wasn't going to never win a Super Bowl because Dallas not trying to win Super Bowls. They haven't been to the division win thing since 95. Jesus. It's amazing they have fans. But everything is so glitzy. So glitzy down there. I thought the 21 thing, I was like, wait a minute. And then Mike Tomlin knows Coach Prime. He's the only one that want to get Shedeur, and everybody else want to get some tackles or whatever. I'm like, y'all know y'all need a quarterback. How you gonna go out here and get a tackle? You don't have no quarterbacks. You lost Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, Aaron Rodgers refuses to commit. It said, I feel like Travis moved back to Georgia, Savannah to be exact. That's where the fiance's mother has a home. Oh, okay, where Travis bought his mama house. Oh, they may have. They were somewhere, but wherever they were living, it looked different than where they were before. The doors were different. Like he had bought a house or was at somebody's house or whatever. But and that I noticed that at the combine. So I kind of knew that, you know, they left Boulder. So I guess he knew he wasn't going to Denver. So yep. So now he gonna get ready for camp. Dallas is my team. Promise I'm not buying no gear but Shedeur. I have a Dallas sweatshirt that I wear on the podcast sometimes. I started to wear it tonight because I think I want Shiloh to go there. If he gets drafted, I feel like that's where he might go. The internet aunties meet up at practice field. Oh, that would be nice. That, man, I'm telling y'all. Let me see how far it look. Let me see. Where's the practice facility? Look, let's just get a locale. Okay, y'all let me know who Seattle picked. Y'all probably already know. Let's see. Where is the Pittsburgh Steelers practice facility? It's called UPMC Rooney Sports Complex, located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, on South Side along some kind of river. It starts with the M. Definitely Native American. Monogalia River. Okay. All right. Serves as a training facility for the University of Pittsburgh Panthers. Oh, I'm looking for the Pittsburgh Steelers, though. Oh, that's for a school. Let's see. I thought I said Pittsburgh Steelers. I did. Let's see. Where do the Pittsburgh Steelers practice? Oh, that is it. So they practice there as well. It's called the UPMC Rooney Sports Complex. It belongs to the University of Pennsylvania Medical Center. That's what UPMC stands for. The Steelers trained at St. Vincent College in Latrobe, Pennsylvania. They've been training there since 1966. Training camp opened at St. Vincent's in late July. Oh, okay. So their training camp is at St. Vincent College. So I don't need to go follow this. Whoever should do it, just go ahead on to the social media and just start following it. And then we just go all meet up there. I think that would be nice. And we just go live from there. We have some lunch, talk about it, etc. And maybe get us some jerseys because I'm ready. I'm ready. I guess I made a thumbnail with Shedeur next to wearing the 2. I think the picture was next to Russell Wilson, who was wearing the 3, I think. Let's see if I still have it. Let me get it queued up just in case. Just in case. So the Colorado Buffs are no more. Last year's team is gone. The guys are actually in the NFL. I'm happy for Travis. I can't wait to see him ball out. That's going to be good for Jacksonville. So that was Justin Fields wore the number 2, not Russ wore the 3. So this was the one I had. So I'm going to just leave it right here. Now, y'all said Shedeur was going number 20. Who has the 20th pick in the draft? Let me look. 20th pick in the NFL draft. 20th pick in the NFL draft. Order for all rounds. I just want round 1. Round 1. Number 20. Seattle just went. Next is Tampa Bay. Denver. Ooh, Denver don't need a QB though. Right? So y'all, the next 3 picks are Tampa Bay, where Baker Mayfield is. I don't think they need a QB. The Denver Broncos. And Shedeur just moved from Denver. So I don't, he moved from Boulder anyway. I don't see Shedeur going to Denver, do y'all? They already got Bo Nix. Unless they gonna make him be QB too. I told y'all that seems to be what they orchestrated. Let it languish tonight and make sure he QB too. And then Pittsburgh is 21. Excuse me, Pittsburgh is 21. All right, so we're gonna hang on here to 21, and after that, I'm gonna have to take a break, and I'm gonna find out about the rest tomorrow. Oh, but I do want to find out about Jimmy Horn Jr. tomorrow. And Shiloh. So the rest of the guys that are ranked could be drafted tomorrow. Shiloh, Will Shepherd, Jimmy Horn Jr., and LaJohntay. They were all in the rankings. So like they had, 200 some odd players ranked or whatever, and they were actually ranked. Yes, following 2 anywhere. Yup. Coach Prime just built a whole new compound for Shiloh and Shedeur, and a football field and a tennis court. I saw that. He got a new tennis court and everything. Let me see if Shedeur came back online. If he come back online right before 21, y'all know what time it is. He not on yet. We'll just come back. We'll just come back. He not on there yet though, so. Because he came on a little bit, I feel like before the Raiders, when we were talking. All right, Tampa Bay has made their selection. Let's see, Roger Goodell gonna come out and announce it. They signed linebacker Hassan Reddick to a 1-year, $14 million contract with $12 million guaranteed. That's pretty good. That's a good contract. Who's his agent? Duval. Trevor Lawrence to my Duval. Let's go. What is he talking about? Oh, Duval County? Where they from? Isn't Travis his guy? Isn't that Travis's QB? Drake May say, love this guy already. Baker Mayfield threw for 4,500 passing yards with 41 touchdowns in 2024. Both top 3 in the NFL. Coach Kirby Smart, the time has finally come, Micaiah Williams. You're going to play for a long time. Okay. All right. Well, that's good. That's nice. 25-49. Let's see. That needs it all right. Rejected. Let's see. Okay. I don't know. Let's see. We didn't come back on yet. Let's see. Y'all say they were showing Shedeur and them at home. I bet they had to ask for permission. I'm glad he's there. Okay, ESPN is showing Shedeur. He just came on. Okay, I'm sick too. They just want to embarrass him. Right. When they said he would fall into 21, I said he is not falling. He's going to a better team, and he's going to the Pittsburgh Steelers, who went to the playoffs last year. And y'all made Russ leave, and now Shedeur going there. And Aaron Rodgers, I told y'all, I think Aaron Rodgers was like, I'm not choosing where I go until y'all pick who you going to get. because he realized they was using him. All right, here come Mr. Roger Goodell. Broncos on the clock. Yep. I'm looking at who Tampa Bay is picking. What is happening here? Let's find out who the Tampa Bay Bucks selected. What? I'm so far behind. Emeka Egbuka. Okay. Emeka Egbuka was in the Natty. He balled out, in my opinion, with Ohio State, and he's going to be up there with Baker Mayfield. All right, there we go. Broncos on the clock. Let's see who they get. If they get Shedeur, that's going to be crazy. That's going to be crazy. I don't even think they need a QB, though. But you never know. I told y'all there was 7 people from the, I guess, like the team or whatever they call themselves, the organization. Tampa Bay selected a wide receiver. Yes. Emeka Egbuka. All right, let me turn this AC off. One second. All right. We almost there, guys. We almost there. All right. So Emeka Egbuka is with his family. Yeah, I knew he was I knew he was a baller when I watched him play in the Natty. I was like, he's good. Y'all know the wide receiver that play across from him, number 4, Jeremiah Smith. Y'all know he's his NIL evaluation is like $4.3 million now. That's good. He gonna be up there with Travis. He's only a freshman. He gonna be up there with Travis about $6 to $8 million before he leaves school for the NFL. Jaguars off-season workouts May 19th, May 21st through 22nd, and May 27th. So Travis get a couple days. He get 3 days. 3 days he got to show up. So he get 2 days to celebrate, and then he shows up on the 27th. It said no, Denver don't. They got rid of Russell Wilson. Oh, I don't know who they gonna get. If they get Shedeur, that's crazy. But Sean Payton was having a very interesting conversation with a very engaging conversation with Coach Prime. I was like, and there's 7 of them up there. That's a lot. But it is only Boulder, so maybe they were like, well, we should go. But all right, 70 plus receptions in 2 of 3. Okay, all right, 2 or 3 years, I think is what he was saying. I like Emeka. All right, Denver on the clock, 3 minutes, 21 seconds and counting down. Denver made the playoffs for the first time since winning Super Bowl 50, lost in a wild card to the Bills. Cameron Stillman Craig, I don't think those guys are going to be drafted till day 2 or day 3, to be honest. They weren't even ranked in the system that I saw. So, unfortunately, that's, I think, how it's going to go. But I'm not going to speak negativity over anybody. But when I looked into yesterday when we were doing the mock draft, we looked for Cameron Stillman Craig. We looked for Justin Mayers. I looked for BJ Green, Chidozie. I didn't see any of those guys. I saw Will Shepherd. I saw Will Shepherd after we logged off, but we drafted in the mock draft. We drafted Shedeur, Shiloh, Travis, Jimmy, LaJonte. So, that's what we ended up with yesterday. So let's see if I can find the mock draft. The rest of the people we didn't know, but we did all 32 rounds. But we didn't know the guys though. All right, it says we'll be back. So y'all gonna have to tell me who Denver picked. We just trying to get to 21. We just trying to get to 21. And if Denver picked Jalen Milroe, I think the internet gonna erupt with disgust. I really, really do. I think it's Shedeur though. But I thought that about Cleveland though. So you really don't know. You know what I just don't understand though about this whole situation? Like, why is it we see headlines with people saying that Mike Tomlin is being advised to draft Shedeur? Why we don't see headlines on who Sean Payton is advised to draft or who the coach in the Giants is advised to draft? All I've heard is Mike Tomlin is advised to draft Shedeur and that Cleveland gonna get scammed out of their picks and their GM gonna get fired. Can y'all guess what those two have in common? Right. So this will be interesting to see the headlines if Shedeur go to and the fact that they keep going back to him. See, that's what they wanted to do while he was there. It's crazy how they want to use him for clicks, but they want to hate on him at the same time. And then the NFL is lifting him up, but they all three working hand in hand. Like, that's nuts. Do the players already know what teams they're going to beforehand? I believe so. I believe Cam Ward knew he was going to Tennessee before today. So yes. I think Shedeur knew that if Shedeur goes to Pittsburgh, he already knew he was going to Pittsburgh. When they said he was sliding to 21, he was not sliding. He was being selected. That's just what they say because it's sensational. But they never talked about how he would be going to a better team. And they never said they could trade up. So, and surprisingly, there haven't been a lot of trade ups in this draft. Just the one to get Travis. All right, Denver made their selection. Who y'all think they got? The Denver Broncos pick is in. They just showed Coach Prime waiting with Gilly standing next to him. Okay. The commentator said he's surprised Shedeur is still waiting. I don't know why. They said he was going to go 21 or second round. Pat Surtain, AP Defensive Player of the Year. That's why I say he and Travis up there at the same time. It ain't but one ball. So 18.3 points per game allowed in 2024, third in the NFL. Okay. 63 sacks, 103, 34 QB hits in 2024. Okay, that's good for defense. Linebacker. Who did they get? The Denver Broncos pick is in. Broncos. I think so because the ones at home had a hat for the team that picked them. Right. No, they knew. I'm telling y'all. They knew last Friday, Saturday, before these pre-draft press conferences this week. They knew. Sean Payton entering the third season as the Broncos head coach. Who is that walking out there with him? Have not won the AFC West since 2015. Okay, y'all gonna see it because I'm looking at a guy walk on the stage with a light blue suit. I don't know who he is though. Bo Nix led rookies with 29 passes. Okay, Jahdae Barron. Okay, all right. Okay. Jahdae Barron is a wide receiver or a DB. Let's go, Shedeur Sanders. Fans know all things Pittsburgh. Okay, all right, Queen T. Let's go. Let's see what the NFL contract said. Let's see. They know things. Oh, they still on Emeka Egbuka. They must have realized they was putting out information, so they just slowed down. Now, who is the guy with the light blue suit? This is somebody named Sam. Yeah, let's go Broncos. So he must be a super fan. Jahdae Barron is a cornerback. He's instinctive, ball skills, and Cooper DeJean. That's his comparable. Okay. He went to UT. He only 5'10". 5'10 and 3/4, 194 pounds. How tall is Travis? What is Travis like? 6 something? Is Travis 6 feet? I'm happy. Half our guys are starting to get it. We've been waiting on this day for a long time. A long time. NFL game day. Let's see. 10, 22. He's got the ability to play outside, to play in the slot. Jahdae Barron. 11 pass breakups in 2024. He led the team. Went to UT. Okay. All right. Super fan. It said he's at home in Austin, Texas. Denver selected Jahdae Barron. He's at home in Austin. Okay. Steelers on the clock. All right. Super fan in light blue suit. Oh, that's who that is. Okay, thank you. So that's who they have coming up. Travis is 6'2". And Jahdae is the pick is in. Who is it? I'm going to check the contracts. Let's see if they uploaded it. Let's see. so I could peek because I'm looking at Denver. Nope, they didn't upload it yet. They slowed down a little bit. They still on Emeka. All right, y'all. Let me know who they get. Shedeur is looking sad and people are talking around him. I'm sure he is sad. He's a Make-A-Wish recipient. Oh, okay. That means that he probably going in the second round. That's why he's sad. And I don't even know why they would do that to him. But Steelers on the clock. All right. Now, my TV is still the Broncos because I'm watching the NFL channel. And they got all the extra activities happening. Steelers on the clock. Let's see who they pick. What? The Steelers didn't pick Shedeur either? Oh, wow. Oh, now that's sad. That's just sad, bro. That's just sad. That means only one QB is going in the first round. Now he not happy. No, because they playing with him. I'm telling you, I knew they was going to try to embarrass him. And that just means the rest of the QBs going to slide down too. Nobody else needs a QB. Let me go back. Let me go to the mock from yesterday. God damn it. They wrong for that, bro. See, stuff like that will make me not even want to play. I'm like, you know what? Y'all could keep it. That's how I would feel. That's really how I would feel. Because everybody knows what it is. Everybody knows what it is. They tell me he had a second round grade. That means he gonna be there tomorrow in the second round. Just like they did Geno Smith. That's what that means. And one of the same teams, like, it will be crazy to me if the Giants pick Shedeur Sanders in the second round. That's doing him dirty. That's what that is. So sad, bro. So sad. So sad. So sad. So sad. Steelers pick Derek Hammond. All right. Well, I'm 2 hours in. I'm out. I'm getting ready to be out. Because I'm definitely not watching the rest of this mess. There's Shedeur Sanders right there. He talking to Bucky. He seem okay. Now the question is, do y'all think they showing him all of a sudden because they expect him to go? Do y'all think that? This is some bull. He not sad. Now he seems okay. Shedeur know where he going. We don't know where he going. And he might go in the second round, y'all. I'm telling you, that's what they said today. And they said he had a second round grade, which means he gonna be like Jalen Hurts, probably about number 53. Yep. Let me see. I gotta look right fast at who needs what. Let me look at my mock draft. This is sad, bro. And see, they wanted us to watch. And I asked the question. I'm like, okay, are they doing this so we'll watch again tomorrow? That's sad to do that to him. And that messes with his money. That's what it does. All right. So Shedeur Sanders. Next up is the Chargers, the Packers, the Vikings. Unless the Vikings take him at 24. I'll stay on to 24. Let's see who need a QB though. Let me see. What teams? Because see, now the Vikings need a QB too. But that means Shedeur will be behind JJ McCarthy. Or he will be competing with JJ McCarthy. And they already didn't want JJ McCarthy to start, and he not even a rookie. He was here last year. What NFL teams need a quarterback? It says several teams are looking to address their QB situation. Cleveland, the Giants, the Raiders, the Titans, the Jets, and the Steelers. So they all done picked already. So that means Shedeur going in the second round. That's exactly what that means. So they doing him dirty. Let me see who got a second round pick. God darn it. All right. Who needs a QB in the second round? And they still might do him dirty and take Dart and Milroe over him. I'm telling y'all. That's what it was. Teams like several teams could consider drafting a quarterback in the second round of the NFL draft. The Browns, I have to look at their pick. The Browns, the Giants, the Saints, the Steelers, with the Steelers having the potential to draft one in the second round. If the prospect is right, the prospect falls to them, then they'll pick a QB in the second round. So once again, second round teams to pick a QB. Cleveland, New York, Pittsburgh, and the Saints. That's so sad. The NFL lucky Shedeur and them in this draft because I will be done. I'm telling y'all, this crazy. This don't make no sense, y'all. It makes absolutely no sense. It said I think Travis gonna be really mad if Shedeur not get picked tonight. He be all right. Shoot, the way the season was, a lot of teams need a QB. See, here's the thing. I think if Shedeur had came in and played the dog and pony show, he would be gone. And honestly, they could have took somebody else over him. They just didn't want to pick a QB. And y'all got to remember, this is also about money too. So there are what? Are there 12 QBs in the draft? They have only picked one QB. That means they think the class is weak. That's what that means. Somebody tell me if I'm right. They have only picked one QB out of all these needy teams. Even the Jets was listed as needing a QB into some platforms. All of these teams, and they're gonna take Shedeur and drop him. But that's what they did to Jalen Hurts. I'm telling y'all, that's what they did to Geno Smith. And crazy part is Geno Smith went to the Jets for a year, or he went there first. They traded him to the Giants. His career stalled for 10 years. I think it's right. Might be 10 years or something like that, or somewhere. But it stalled. Maybe not 10 years, but his career stalled out. And they said that he was a comeback player in 2022 when he really was playing with the Chargers, the Jets, and the Giants. He was in trash organizations. Definitely the Giants and the Jets for sure. And they talking about is him. But they just gave Daniel Jones, who was in that trash organization, $14 million for 1 year and put him behind Anthony Richardson in Indianapolis. So Tomlinson did risk his job. Nope, he didn't. I agree with you, Sweet Pea. No, he did not risk his job. He did not. This chat is sad. LOL, not him. I'm not sad. It's some slow singing and flower bringing. I'm not sad. I don't have a reason to be sad because he's going to a better team. They actually said he has a second round draft grade. No other QB has been taken, which means they believe the quarterback class is weak. There are at least 12 QBs in this draft. If they only took one, nobody either needs a quarterback or they don't want a quarterback. Or they think the class is not strong enough to warrant multiple first round QBs. This don't just affect Shedeur. This affects all of these guys. Think about it. This affects Dylan Gabriel. He could end up being a damn undrafted free agent. There are 10 quarterbacks expected to be selected in the draft. Some experts predict even more, possibly up to 4, could be selected in the first round. How many QBs did they select? The QB class is seen as less stacked with top-end talent compared to 2024. There you go. They don't think the class is worth first-round picks. They think it's better to take guards and O-linemen and this, that, and the other. And maybe that is the case. But y'all saw how a lot of teams made free agency. Look what the Giants did in free agency. They seem like they willing to have a black starting QB rather than draft another QB. The Giants could have drafted Jackson Dart. Y'all heard them say Dart was going to sneak into the first round. He ain't snuck in here yet. So no, I'm not sad. It's just, this is family, what the hell is going on? This sad. I mean, they think the class is weak. They think the class is weak. They don't think Shedeur is a good quarterback. They don't think he's a good first round pick. There are almost between 10 and 14 QBs in this draft, and they have only picked one. And surprisingly, Tennessee picked that one, but don't forget, Tennessee was going to move off that pick. And the only reason I feel like they decided to keep it was because if they moved off that pick, somebody else was going to get a QB with it. That's what I really think. The only pick that outside of Tennessee and Travis and Abdul Carter, the rest of them was just, I was watching a piece on McMillan, they thought he should have slid to the second round. They didn't really think that he was that great of a wide receiver. So while they saying the QBs are weak, I think the wide receiver class might actually be a little weak, actually, based on what I saw today. But it is what it is. And this happens. It happens. It happens. Coach Prime took off because he knew it was going to happen. Basically, they are devaluing Shedeur just like they did Jalen Hurts, just like they did Lamar Jackson. And I said they was going to do this to him. I said it. I said it. So, and they knew it because they know. See, I think they know where he going. I don't know how everybody else got a hat and know where they going, but Shedeur don't know where he going. Does that make sense to y'all? That everybody else know where they going? The guys at home got a hat for the team, but Shedeur don't have one. So, how much longer is this draft tonight? At what? They stop at 32 tonight. They have only picked, they only pick one QB. They just think the whole draft class is weak. It's heartbreaking to see how they emotionally abusing Shedeur. I hope it makes him stronger, a lot stronger and wiser on all levels. It's intentional and it's bad-mindedness. Buck breaking. That's what I said it was. The way he jerked from Shedeur at the Prime game when he tried to hug him. Oh, I don't know who y'all talking about. The spring game. Who y'all talking about? Sweet Pea seen that too. He's not caring about nobody. Yeah. It's not sad either. That's sad. Yeah, no. This just messing with his money. But let's just be real. Out of anybody that's falling to the second round or late, Shedeur already got money and he got endorsements. Now, yeah, he could have had $40 million and he would have liked to be respected and he keep getting snubbed. He got snubbed by the Heisman Committee. So based on how they've been harassing him emotionally, I said it in my video, this is emotional abuse. You trying to make him act a certain way by lashing out at him, negating him. That is emotional abuse. I asked in the video, why would the NFL allow these? And yeah, if Mike Tomlin was the only person to like Shedeur that told you he was going to risk his job, and he didn't. He did not. Shedeur played his butt off and the world watched. And that's okay because Jalen Hurts played his butt off. When he left, after he won the chip at Alabama, he went to Oklahoma and they tried to snub him too. That's how he ended up in the second round, pick 53. And then what did he do? Went to the Super Bowl twice. And what happened? He won the second time. And he just got married. Congratulations, Jalen and Bree. Congratulations. Shedeur gonna be fine. He gonna be fine. Philadelphia was a better team than probably where Jalen Hurts could have ended up. This looks orchestrated. Yeah, it is. It is. It's orchestrated bias that they've been using to push down Shedeur. It's true they think the class is weak. Well, why you ain't talking about nobody else that the class is weak? Elijah, I feel like he gonna end up on a good team. But what I really think is gonna happen, you know what I think is getting ready to happen, and this gonna be the dirty part. This gonna confirm the dirtiness. In the second round, if he go to Cleveland, who passed on him, if he go to Cleveland, who passed on him, I would be hot with him. I would even want to go there. I'd be like, I'm not going there because you could have drafted me in the first round. So you gonna let me sit and draft me like I'm not anything that you need and y'all suck? Oh, And then if the Giants do it, that tell you they're gonna draft him, and I guess they're gonna throw a coin flip and probably start the veto because again, they have never had a black quarterback. But if the Giants take Shedeur in the second round, I need to look at their pick. They doing him dirty because they could have easily picked him just then. I'm telling you, this is sad. I think the NFL and the word collusion go together. I just do. I just do. Let's see who's picking in the second round. Let me look. I need to see the pick draft order. Hell, that means Shedeur and his wide receivers all be going at the same time. That's what that means. And that means if Shedeur didn't get picked, even though Jimmy Horn Jr. is a top 10 wide receiver, they either both could go in the second round or it can push the rest of the guys to the third or the fourth or the fifth or the sixth. And Shiloh could possibly be an undrafted free agent. Of course, it'll work out to his benefit, but that's crazy. Shedeur was a Heisman candidate, but so was Dylan Gabriel. So was Dylan Gabriel. So out of the 4 Heisman candidates, the 2 QBs are still waiting. Travis is gone and Genty is gone. Genty was supposed to go number 12 to the Cowboys. He moved up because the Raiders like, we already got Geno Smith. So what they gonna do? They gonna probably get him in the 2nd round. And either he already knew or he thought he was going in the 1st round and it didn't. It didn't. Congratulations to all in NFL draft. Yep. Each player gets all 32 team hats fitted. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that. I thought, Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that's fine. The one commentator is mad. He say all the teams that passed up Shedeur are taking a gamble. They've been gambling. Most of them sorry anyway, so I wouldn't even worry about it. Nick Saban is just talking about Shedeur and said, when he gets picked, let me make the best of this opportunity. Yeah. Tom Brady was picked in the 6th round. Right. The 6th round. And he said that's why he came in with a chip on his shoulder. Because teams passed him up. Yep, we were talking about that at home today. Tom Brady is the GOAT in the NFL. And they let that man, they picked him at 199. That's a lot. That's crazy. That means he was it's only 7 rounds. It's only 7 rounds. He was picked in the 2nd to the last round. Tyreek Hill was an undrafted free agent. And after the combine, they only bumped him up, I think, to the 5th round. At number 23, the Packers are getting trade calls similar to the Chargers at number 22. So Shedeur's still sitting there, and now people want to trade up. Y'all see what's going on? Y'all see what's going on? Now everybody want to trade up to get Shedeur because Pittsburgh didn't pick him. Watch. Let's see. Somebody want to trade. Let's see. Because you can trade out of the 1st round or you could trade into the 1st round. So somebody who's in the 2nd round can trade up to get Shedeur. This is pick 23. It's 32 picks. I'm probably going to be sitting right here. I'm not sad. I'm not sad. I'm not shocked. And I'm not I just want to see where he end up. Shedeur played his butt off in the World Watch. Yep. Heisman candidate. Yep. Nick Saban is talking and said Tom Brady. Yep, Tom Brady was last. I just seen one of the guys that got drafted. He had a stack of hats on the table. Oh, okay, so everybody gets a hat. Oh, okay, so they just picked, then that makes sense. So maybe they didn't know. Maybe they did know, but they should have known. Cam Ward knew. He leaked it the other day. So he knew he was the first pick going to Tennessee. Shedeur gonna be burning everyone when he gets to the team. That's all you do. That's all you do. You already got money. You have major endorsements. You got Nike. And honestly, I think I would take, just like Tom Brady hit to Tom Brady, I would double down. I ain't doing no interviews. Go ahead and I'm gonna take it out my check because I'm not talking to y'all. And I will go in there and beat everybody. They say that's what Randy Moss did. Randy Moss got done dirty right before the draft. They came to him talking about some this, that, and the other. All the top players, seemingly, except for Jaden Daniels, all the top players got dropped. Maybe because they went to better teams, they end up being the top players. I don't really know. But the ones that got dropped out late 1st, into the 2nd, 3rd, 6th, Tom Brady, 5, Tyreek Hill, all ballers. So, Jalen Hurts, hell, so, yep. Travis jerked from Shedeur at the spring game, so they think Travis don't. Oh, I didn't know about that. Is tomorrow the last day? No. The draft is the 24th through the 26th. It's 3 days on TV. Everything isn't on TV. It's 7 rounds. So tomorrow is the 2nd round starting, I think, at 4 p.m. NFL draft schedule. So I think I'm going to get off of here. And if he get drafted, I just look for me to come back. Because I have a feeling Shedeur is going tomorrow. High QB class. Yeah, these 2025 draft order. Let me look for the 2025 draft order. It would be crazy to think they did this, so we'll stay on here and watch. Because Shedeur was so used for marketing. He really was. The draft order for round 1. I'm looking for round 2. All right, let's see round 2. All right, here we go. Full draft order for round 2. All right. So round 2 starts at pick 33. Now listen to these picks. All right. The first pick on day 2, which is round 2, is guess who? Number 33, Cleveland. Then number 34 is guess who? The Giants. Number 35 is Tennessee. So all the bad teams start off in the second round. Then it goes back to Jacksonville. Then number 37 is Vegas. So here's what I think is happening right now. Here's what I think is happening. I think a lot of teams right now are trying to trade to get Shedeur. Because I remember, what did I just say? I said it's not a lot of trading happening. It wasn't. It was only one trade. That was to get Travis. I think people thought Shedeur was going 21 to Pittsburgh. Now we on 23, and it's the 22nd and 23rd teams fielding phone calls because people trying to get the pick. So now they get to see who gets Shedeur. This is what happened to Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers was supposed to go top 5. He didn't go to number 22. And he wasn't happy either. He said he was making the best of it because he was there at the draft and they were joking about who's going to be the last one in the green room. So I'm happy Shedeur's not there. So let's see if somebody's trading up. Green Bay is on the clock on my TV. All day they talked about Shedeur and they're going to talk about him all night. They're going to talk about Shedeur from now till the damn season open. That's what happens every year. They trade up. Yep. Oh, it's 33 of us. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Hit the like button for me. Please make sure we got 33 likes. Just take a minute and hit like. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe. Brady probably called Shedeur tonight. I'm sure he did. And if they get him in the second round, he might have to question if Brady's really his friend. Only one trade. Right. People are calling behind the scenes. That's what they were talking about on the NFL channel. People trying to trade up. Several teams have gotten calls to trade up after Shedeur was still there at 21. I'm going to be honest with you. This just messes with the money. It sends you to a better team, but it messes with your money. That's why I don't like it. There's usually a lot of trades. Right. There wasn't. I'm anxious to see. I think he's gonna go. I'm anxious to see where he's going. I said they will start some crap after the picks. 4 players with 600 plus. Okay, so this man going on and on about the Packers. All right, hurry up, sir. Hurry it up. 23. Matthew Golden, the Vikings. Okay, Matthew Golden went to the Vikings. Why am I looking at Green Bay? Am I that far behind? Jeez. Matthew Golden, Green Bay. Oh, Green Bay. Okay. Is he a wide receiver? Yeah. Okay. Matthew Golden, wide receiver. Now, where he went to school? Texas? Where did he go? Texas? Yep, he went. Now, y'all notice Texas players, Alabama players, they going. Ohio State, they going. Sometimes I wonder if that has something to do with it too, but not necessarily. Malachi Stark still on the board from Georgia. Shedeur Sanders still on the board. They showing the players still on the board. Jackson Dart still on the board. Texas has a lot of players. They must have about 13 players in the draft too. They're going to get a lot of recruits from this draft because people are looking at what school has the most. That's going to be Google. What university had the most draft selections? I want to see where Alabama ended up. Because remember, I told y'all everybody that they had listed as a draft prospect on one stat platform was sent to the combine. Matthew Golden. He got on. It looked like a matching like a bow tie and a night. Oh, the jacket and the pants. Okay, all right. All matchy. All right. That's too much money to these quarterbacks. You have to protect your investment just on the offensive line. So they explained it why they haven't taken quarterbacks because there's so much of a high investment. It's best to show up the offensive line first. I mean, you can show up the offensive line, but if you ain't got nobody to throw the ball, I don't know. I'm here for all your what? I'm here for wait, what? Yeah, it is usually a lot of trades. Shedeur got a wall of hats. Oh, okay. So they do. So everybody get a hat. Okay, all right, okay. That's cool. That makes sense. It said, I'm here for all your knowledge. All right. It said, who was the LSU player, Juanita? Oh, okay. I don't know. They have one LSU player. Oh, in the draft. Will Campbell? Will Campbell. He was a tackle. Somebody said this draft went to the edge rushers. There was a lot of edge rushers, a lot of defensive linemen, tackles, guards. It wasn't a lot of guards, but it was a guard. And you don't typically see a guard going in the first round. So they just didn't want to invest in the QBs. But, you know, the Vikings selected J.J. McCarthy 10th overall in the 2024 draft. The wide receiver is Justin Jefferson. Minnesota is on the clock. If Minnesota picks Shedeur, I'm going to fall out this chair. It's going to be just like Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones because they don't even want J.J. McCarthy to start. But that's why Sam Darnold got out of there because he knew J.J. McCarthy was going to start. So let's see who Minnesota picked. Houston up next. Houston is up next. They got C.J. Stroud, so I know they're not taking the quarterback. Then it's the Rams. I'm surprised we haven't had any more trades. It seemed like people calling for trades, but maybe they're being denied. This affects money. Let me tell you how much it affects money. All right. So let me go back to the 2024 draft. All right. What pick are we on? All right. So we're currently on the 24th pick. Okay. So let's just go with it. Caleb Williams' contract was $39 million. Now, I told y'all I think Cam's is 43 because they raised it up. It's 40 or 43. Let's go to pick first round, number 24. This is the difference. 14. That's $20 million less. You see? That's what I mean by it messes with their money. That's a $20 million difference from pick 1 to pick 24. It happened to Aaron Rodgers at pick 22. That's $14 million. That's what it is. That's what they for me, the people that I've talked about, Lamar Jackson was drafted dead last. And he was about it's $12 million this year, but when Lamar Jackson came out, 2018, I think, it was $9 million. So if Shedeur go in the second round around pick, let's say he go to Cleveland at pick 33, I would be like, I'm not going. I'm not going. Pick 33 is $10 million. If he slides to where Jalen Hurts went, pick 53, $7 million. You see? That's what I mean. This is how you do people dirty. When you don't like them, you drop them in the draft. I told y'all, Aaron Rodgers slid, but he didn't slide out the first. Geno Smith got done dirty. How you go from the first pick to the second round? Come on now. Minnesota took a guard from Ohio State. You see what you saying? $20 million difference. Yeah, I'm telling y'all, if you look at the QBs that have slid, the black ones, what they do. Geno Smith was supposed to be the first pick. This is what they expected the whole way through. Just like Cam. Imagine Cam being the first pick. That's all they talking about. And then Tennessee say, you know what, never mind. And then Cam don't come off the board to the second round. He got to come back the second day, but he thought he was going the first day. Coach Prime knew something like this was going to happen, though. I don't think he knew it was going to be where it is right now. This crazy. This crazy. I'm telling y'all, I'm the kind of person, I'm like, you know what? $7 million and I'm a Heisman candidate, but Dylan Gabriel too. And they put Dylan Gabriel on the stage, I swear, to keep Shedeur off. Everybody said it. Shedeur had better numbers than Dylan Gabriel. They just didn't want Coach Prime to have two. He didn't want Coach Prime to have two Heisman candidates. Hell, they didn't even want him to be a winning record the first year. So they definitely didn't want him to have two Heisman candidates. I felt like they even tried to pit Shedeur and Travis against each other. This because he's confident. Just like Jalen Hurts. Just like and don't be surprised if they pick Dart or Milroe over Shedeur, even if it's tomorrow. I'm telling you. New York Giants just traded up. I bet the hell they did. Vikings, Donovan Jackson, they just showed Coach Prime. I'm not seeing none of that, but thank y'all for telling me. Giants pick is in. Let's see who they got. I'm praying because I'm tired. If the Giants reach back and get Shedeur, they did him dirty because they could have picked him first. Let's see who they pick. Let me check the contracts because that's the only way I'm going to know before y'all tell me. Let's see. Okay, no, they just had Matthew Golden on here. Let's see, lights. I guess people on Threads talking about it. Somebody just liked the comment that I had posted earlier. I think Dion made a call. New York Giants traded up. The Giants took Dart. Told y'all. I told y'all. Shedeur, Stephen A. Smith just said Shedeur is going 29th. Who has the 29th pick? Everybody's talking about it. My phone is going off because somebody has said earlier today. Let's see. Hold on one second. What was it? They doing Shedeur like they did Lamar Jackson. I said they was going to do it. I said it. I asked, is there a plot to embarrass Shedeur at the draft? Yes. It said earlier today, it said rumors, don't be surprised if Shedeur Sanders doesn't get drafted at all in the first round. It says, I said, and Jalen Hurts was drafted in the second round. And people like, I'm telling y'all, this is because he makes his own choices. This is because he's not willing to buck to the system. I'm telling y'all that's what this is. I'm telling y'all that's what it is. Who's picked 29? I know early this morning they said he was 29 in a mock draft. Let's see who's picked 29. Here we go right here. 29 is the Washington Commanders. Why the hell would they send him there behind Jalen? Because what did I say? I told y'all this is musical chairs. That's all this is. That is all this is. What the hell would he go to Washington for? So he don't play? You see? Ain't no damn way he going to the Commanders. If they send Shedeur to the damn Commanders, they don't even want him to start. That's what I said. They want to relegate this man to QB2. And the reason why Mike Tomlin didn't risk his job for it is because he know goddamn well he would have got fired if Shedeur ended up QB2 just like Russ did. That's why Russ not in Pittsburgh. They did not want Russ as QB1. They don't want Shedeur as QB1. I don't even understand this. I'm like, then why draft him at all? Why draft him at all if you just go put him on the bench behind somebody? That's what they did to Michael Penix Jr. But now he gonna sit behind Jada Daniels, who's a star. It's almost like they had a conversation. Where can we stick him? That is the craziest shit because he's good. It's almost like they don't want to win. They rather try to control this young man and I'm going to rub your nose in it like he a dog. That's what this is. It's like he pissed on the floor and they going to rub his nose in it. So the rest of the dudes don't get no idea. So they could be like the little guy that said today, I'm just ready to do whatever they want me to do. Right or wrong, I'm just gonna do it. This is sad. The Giants picked this sad. Then y'all, I don't know. This is sad. This crazy. I ain't sad, but I ain't shocked. Giants select Jackson Dart. Yup. What did I just say? Don't be surprised if Jackson Dart goes ahead of Shedeur Sanders. What did I say when we start going to the combine and they start talking about Jackson Dart? I said the Giants gonna make an asinine move. What else did I say about the Giants? I said the Giants are playing in Russell Wilson's face. I told y'all that. I knew they was gonna get Jackson Dart. All that bullshit about Shedeur, they was gonna always take Jackson Dart because they have never had a black starting QB. And remember, they said they probably gonna trade Russell Wilson because they didn't want him to be QB1 in Pittsburgh. They could have left him in Pittsburgh. They playing in these black QBs' faces. That's really what it is. This is not just about Shedeur. I'm telling you, this is not about Shedeur. That's crazy, bro. And see, we talked about this at home. I said, how is it Coach Prime have so much clout in the NFL and they do him and his son dirty like this? And what does this tell you? What does this tell you, bro? Now look at his party. You tell me, did you hear anybody say Jackson Dart wasn't in Green Bay? I told y'all he was gonna pick. I knew they was gonna pick him. All that bullshit about Coach Prime this, Shedeur and his dad, and the anonymous QB, it was so they could pick Jackson Dart. Because if that shit don't work out, it's a whole lot of people about to be fired up there. But I personally don't care. That's where he need to be because that's what they wanted anyway. I told y'all they was playing in Russell Wilson face. I knew the Giants was gonna never pick Shedeur. All that putting him down was so they could justify picking Jackson Dart. I'm telling y'all, Jackson Dart, Jalen Milroe ran a 4.37 and is better than Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart threw 4 interceptions in his last game. This is so they could justify. They pushed Shedeur down so they could do this asinine-ass move and get this young man over 2 QBs. That's all this was, bro. That's all this was. I'm like, look, if that's what you want to do, do it. Why you think they have Russell Wilson? To make sure he not QB1. I will be shocked as hell and resurrected from the dead my damn self if they start Russell Wilson in New York. If he's still on the roster when the 53-man cut comes. I'm telling y'all, look at this chart right here. That's what this is about. That is what this is about. I always knew they was going to pick Jackson Dart. Who was on here when I said they going to make an asinine move and get Jackson Dart? They needed to justify it because Jalen Milroe is better than Jackson Dart. And it should tell every black QB that go to Alabama, you could take your ass all the way to the SEC title game. But if they want to put somebody like that look like Dart in front of you, that's what they going to do. And it don't matter. You might as well not even go to Alabama. You might as well just go to Colorado. I'm like, at least win. Because Jalen Milroe should have went before Jackson Dart. I told y'all they was going to do this. Jackson Dart going to sneak into the first round. Why did he need to sneak? If he was good, he didn't need to sneak. They know what they was doing. I knew the Giants was going to do this. All they did was drag Shedeur so they could justify this pick right here. That's all this was about. And honestly, if they willing to drag a man so they can make an asinine move and put him over 2 better QBs, then yeah, they leaving Shedeur in the second round so we could come back and watch tomorrow because they don't give a damn about his feelings, his emotionals, and whether they're abusing him or not because it always benefits them. That's what this is. This is musical goddamn chairs. I told y'all the top 3 QBs was black and they didn't want that. So only 1 QB got picked and the second one is white. I'm telling you that's what that is. I'm telling you, I knew they was going to pick him. I've been saying for months. And I said, you don't have to drag Shedeur Sanders if you want to pick Jackson Dart. But you got to justify it, so you drag Shedeur Sanders. So that tell you that they willing to step on you just so they can justify their bullshit. I don't give a damn if you pick Jackson Dart. You right for picking Jackson Dart. But you never had to push Shedeur Sanders down. And to leave him and to try to embarrass him, like you did Lamar Jackson, because Lamar Jackson didn't want to be a goddamn wide receiver, and he come back the next year, and he have a unanimous MVP, and you snub him, and you give Josh Allen $330 million, and he ain't never seen a goddamn Super Bowl? All right. Y'all better than me, because I'll go find me something else to do. I would take my damn NIL money, put it together with all the other people that's being snubbed, and I would be investing in another goddamn league, inventing a league, 7-on-7 or something, because this is bullshit. This is absolute bullshit. I told y'all they was going to do this. And I'm not pissed off that they picked Jackson Dart. I'm pissed off that because for months, they've been stepping on Shedeur Sanders like he ain't shit to justify the bullshit that they just did. If you wanted Jackson Dart, then man the fuck up and just get Jackson Dart. But you don't need to drag Shedeur and Coach Prime because you want to make an asinine move. That's what I don't like. And that tells you how bullshit this league is. That's why Michael Penix Jr. had to sit behind Kirk Cousins' ass when they gave him all that damn money, and now they trying to unload that shit. And what did Michael Penix have to do? Be the goddamn savior. They want to sit out here and play God. I'd be damned if you gonna drag good people, so you can make a dumbass move. I don't give a damn who you drag, but you don't drag Shedeur Sanders down because you knew that you was gonna take Jackson Dart. We don't give a shit. That's what they don't get. We don't give a shit. They better than me, because I'm like, you know what? Screw this shit. They messing with his money. They did it to Jalen Hurts. They did it to Lamar Jackson. Now they doing it to Shedeur Sanders. I wouldn't wear that shit. I'd be like, you know what? Fuck it. Y'all can have it. I'm like, you know what? I'm good. That's what this is. I told y'all they was trying to create two systems. They didn't say shit about Jackson Dart wearing that hat. All they been saying is he gonna sneak in the first round. Why he gotta sneak if he good? If he good, he don't need to sneak. He's sneaking because he not better than Milroe. He not better than Shedeur. They knew that. They knew what they was gonna do. They knew what they was gonna do the whole time. I'm telling y'all, we finding out who they picking today. They been talking about this bullshit. The Giants been a trash ass organization. Anybody that lets Saquon Barkley go, you should not be surprised that they dragged Shedeur to get Jackson Dart when they could have just manned up and picked Jackson Dart. I don't give a damn who the goddamn Falcons get, because it probably ain't gonna matter no way. They gonna find a way to mess it up. They gonna find a way to mess it up. Yeah, I've been saying they was gonna take Jackson Dart. I've been saying that. No, and that's the sad part. Shedeur is a good guy. But see, they want somebody to be weak. They want somebody that get pushed around. They want somebody that don't have no self-worth. That's the kind of people they want. I'm telling you, they don't want you to be confident. Did y'all see Jackson Dart party? It looked nice and swanky to me. But did you hear them say, oh, well, it's good he didn't go because he might fall to the second? They never said nothing like that to negate his situation. That's why I don't like it. I'm like, I wouldn't even do it. And if you did it just for views, that tells me how trash you are if you did this for views. Because if you drag Shedeur down so you can justify catapulting Jackson Dart over Jalen Milroe, come on now. Jalen Milroe ran a 4.37, and today they finally gave him his props. And where is he? Has he been drafted? He's right there in Green Bay. I'm glad Shedeur didn't go. I'm glad he didn't go. And I can't tell Shedeur Sanders what to do. And I sure can't tell Coach Prime what to do. But he might want to rethink who his friends are, because they ain't in the NFL. Ain't no damn way they treat you and your son like this. Especially the media. He was in the media for almost 20 years. And all I ever see from these people is they really trying to walk the walk and be godly men. That's really what I see. Shedeur don't have no baby mama. He ain't got no crazy ass fiance embarrassing him in public. He not out here with 4 and 5 baby mamas. He not in jail. He not doing anything. He's doing what you're supposed to do. And then they want to drag him down for it. And also they could justify picking Jackson Dart. We don't care if you pick Jackson Dart. You got to live with the decision. But they dragged Shedeur in New York. All of that, we getting Shedeur. No, you wasn't. You was never getting Shedeur. And you playing in Russell Wilson's face. I said it. They playing. We talked about that. I said they playing in that man's face. We gonna see who they draft. All right, let's see who they start. Well, y'all gonna see it, because I probably ain't gonna never know. I ain't gonna never know. This is honestly, I was barely watching before. Yet people ask me, who's my favorite team? I don't have a favorite team. This is why I support the QBs, because I know how they do them. I watch evolution of a black quarterback. I know that they didn't want these black guys to be quarterbacks at all, but then to become the majority, then you see them stacking them all in the same division, the best QBs. They don't even talk about Trevor Lawrence like they forgot he in Jacksonville. I told y'all, you know, I support the players. I understand what they want to do, but this ain't right. This is wrong because they are emotionally abusing another person to justify making a draft selection at a time when their jobs are on the line that they know is not made to win games. How do you not pick Jalen Milroe? How do you not pick a Heisman candidate? Was Jackson Dart a top 5 Heisman candidate? A top 6 Heisman candidate? Shedeur got snubbed from the Heisman. This don't just hurt Shedeur. This hurt the program. If Coach Prime own son can't get drafted in the first round, what the hell y'all think the damn recruits gonna think? You see? We all know Coach Prime have connections in the NFL, but they just seem to be well. And then he gonna go to Washington? Really? With the same dude that was messing up CJ Stroud O-line? You see what I'm saying? Why would he go to Washington? Why wouldn't he go to Minnesota? Because they don't want Shedeur Sanders behind J.J. McCarthy, because you know what's going to happen. Just like they don't want Russell Wilson behind J.J. McCarthy, because you know what's going to happen. Just like if Shedeur would have went QB2 to Pittsburgh behind 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers, you know what was going to happen. So now he would have to duke it out with who? Jaden Daniels. You see what I'm saying? This is not about winning football games. This is a waste of my damn time. Because if you just want to play with people's lives, I don't have time to watch it. I can't honestly invest no more time in this. This is ridiculous. We want to win games. We want to see the best play. That's not what's happening. They trying to protect their own interests. Why y'all think they hate the dual threat quarterback? Because that's how the numbers of black QBs have risen since Michael Vick. The way they hate on Lamar Jackson, you would think he was the first dual threat QB. No, it's Michael Vick. And then suddenly what happened to him? I wonder if you ever asked yourself how they came out. Who knew about that? Right. They hated Lamar Jackson when they saw him. Because what was he? What they got rid of? Michael Vick. That's why they hate Milroe. Yeah, this is them. I'm telling you, all that's gonna do, this is showing everybody that's watching, the guys in particular that want to play, black people in general. This is what buck breaking looks like. This is what it looks like. I know you good, but you don't get to make choices, but he does. That's what this is. That's all it is, guys. That's all it is. That's all it is. If Shedeur end up behind Jaden Daniels, do you really think they want Shedeur to start? And if Shedeur end up behind Jaden Daniels, so they don't want Shedeur to compete with somebody that look like J.J. McCarthy. They want him to compete with who? That's why when Dallas got Joe Milton from Indianapolis, I knew exactly what time it was. Because Dak Prescott is also black, and so is Joe Milton. Then it will be Shedeur. All they're going to do is stack them. That's the term y'all have heard me use. They are stacking these black QBs. Oh, people, see, here's the thing. They don't care. They don't care. See, I'm going to tell y'all when all the BS started, okay? It was already happening. It was already happening when Russ, the way he was treated on the field, Does anybody remember that happened to Jalen Hurts down in Philadelphia? Does anybody remember how Jalen Hurts' coach was yelling at him the same way Sean Payton was yelling at Russell Wilson? Anybody remember that? I remember it. The optics was bad. Next, it was Russ's turn. See, the team Shedeur goes to matters for multiple reasons. His coach matters. But Mike Tomlin, I knew he wasn't picking Shedeur because he was the only. How is he the only one that likes Shedeur? These people have banded together and did what they always do, collude, which is exactly what Russell Wilson said that they did with black veteran QB contracts. They feel like they almighty, they all powerful. There's nothing the players can do about it because the players want to come and play. I mean, honestly, I probably couldn't even do it. I have to figure it out some other kind of way because this is where I would draw the line, partner. I'm sorry. This ain't about winning. See, the guy that left Dallas said the Dallas Cowboys weren't interested in winning, and they haven't been back to that chip in a division or something since '95. He was right. And people got mad with him, but Dez Bryant said it first. He was right too. The pink suit, Malachi Starks, Georgia safety to the Ravens. Well, good luck with that, because we saw that they have all the pieces in the world. But when it's time, the game is on the line, who they want to get a ball to. Right. So I'm not impressed by nobody going to the Ravens, because I told y'all, Lamar Jackson need to ask the Ravens, do y'all want to get to the Super Bowl with me? Or is it somebody else? This is BS. I'm through with this. Yep. Until they get black owners, that's gonna be probably about 100 years from now. 100 years. They got a lot of what they call ownership groups. Like, is it the Buffalo Bills? 2 members of the ownership group in Buffalo newly added Tracy McGrady and his cousin Vince Carter. So they doing ownership groups because the teams are going up so high in value that, a lot of people can't afford it or don't want to invest in it, or they don't want the teams to fall into certain hands. Like in New Orleans, there are people trying to get the team in New Orleans that have a different ideology that might closely match the Kansas City Chiefs, but it don't match New Orleans. Even though New Orleans has the problems, it still don't match New Orleans. So I'm telling y'all, this is not about winning. See, football used to be competitive, right? And what they have done, okay, why y'all think I don't really care for tight ends? I heard somebody say it today. Tight ends are taking over, aren't they? Yeah, because they're not black. The league is trying to figure out several things at once. How to keep the majority of the league not being black, because what happens when they go to vote for things, right? So then you bring in a lot of tight ends, and then you kind of change the balance. You got the O-line, you got the tight ends. That kind of acts the receivers. Then you got the DBs, then you got the defensive line. You got the punters, you got the kickers, etc. They trying to, why you think Baltimore gave the ball to a tight end? Okay, because that's who they wanted to get the glory. These guys, they're going to have to ask themselves some hard-ass questions. Coming out of college with $8 million, I don't even know if I would even want to enter the draft. I'm going to be honest with you. If, like the guy, Darian Mensah, whatever his name is, at Duke, $8 million, right? Imagine you make $8 million in college, and then you get to the NFL, and they leave you to sit to the 7th round where you don't even make $4 million. But you watching people that are less talented than you get picked over you. Sometimes people will, y'all have to understand something. Some people will sink the whole damn ship rather than not be the captain of it. What y'all don't understand is I always knew they was going to take Jackson Dart. I'm pissed because the only reason New York even trashed Shedeur was to justify it. That is no reason to do that to somebody that you know going to end up in your league. That's why I don't like it. That's why I'm upset. Oh, his dad is always in his life. What kind of message is that sending these young black guys? To not listen to your dad? Because if they see my dad, they're not gonna pick me. So what they doing is they making these black guys walk a thin straight line while they let Jackson Dart wear his hat to the back. I told my son earlier, the reason they are putting all the blacks on as commentators and what? Oh, I'm damn good. I'm good. But I told y'all, I knew this was gonna happen. I knew it. It pissed me off because this is wrong to berate someone just because you want to justify choosing someone else. Have the courage to choose who you want to choose. But I'd be damned if you're gonna berate this young. Shedeur is a good dude. It's a lot of knuckleheads out here. It's a lot of people don't know how their self-worth. This young man is what you supposed to be in terms of respectful, from a good family, everything that they want their kids to be. You see what I'm saying? But you want to destroy him because that's what he is. When Kaepernick took a knee, every black player should have walked off the field. Now, they ain't going to do that because they making too much money. They making too much money. There are people who see Shedeur sitting there. And you know what they thinking of themselves? He shouldn't have been confident. That's what they going to say. There are people that are going to be willing to give up their rights just to get that money. All money ain't good money. And Shedeur got to ask himself a real question. If he go in the second round at $7 million, do he really want it? His college valuation is $6 million. He had the highest. They didn't want him to win the Heisman. They didn't want Coach Prime to have 2 Heisman winners. They were trying to pit Travis over Shedeur. Shedeur was confident. They tried to break him in every way you could, and this is the way. And I told y'all they was gonna try to embarrass him. Did a whole episode, a whole audio episode. I knew it. Yeah, I'm good. Of course I'm good. But I have every right to be upset because you know what it's telling us as black fans? They don't care what we think either. They don't care what we think. You just want them to play for you. You don't give a damn if we support you or not. Because if you did, you wouldn't treat him that way because he looks like us. The Super Bowl is the halftime show is for the people at home. There's a lot of people out there who not gonna give a damn about how they treated Shedeur, what they try to do to Shedeur, even if it's just for marketing. See, I said ain't no way you just treat somebody like this just for marketing. But the fact that I see you drag Shedeur and Coach Prime through filth just so you could justify picking Jackson Dart over Shedeur and Jalen Milroe tells me that you would emotionally abuse him and anybody else for ratings. So I'm going to take what you bring, your star power, and use it for ratings. No matter how it make you feel, I'm going to let you sit because I know your people going to come back and watch the next day. Ain't no reason Shedeur should be going to Washington other than you don't want these black QBs to be starting on the majority of these teams. That's all it is. It's not the money. It's just playing the game. But they hating imagining your own kind. I think that's true, but this is some bullshit. It says, yes, it is. This is intentional. It's intended to embarrass Shedeur. People had the same reaction when Lamar Jackson was still sitting there. If you go back and you find that draft, it's the same thing. They did the same thing to Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts went to Alabama and won the chip. How many Alabama players y'all saw in the first round? Several. Just like you see UT players, because UT didn't even go to the chip. They went to the semifinals. How many Notre Dame players been drafted tonight? If Shedeur wouldn't threw Travis the ball, he wouldn't get picked. If Shedeur didn't ask Travis to flip that shit, he wouldn't have got picked. Malachi for the Ravens got him like Shedeur said, it's the love of the game for him. You know, I'm just gonna be honest. This is happening because people got some decisions to make. Things are changing. Y'all see how they're trying to do Nico and his brother. in college. They trying to make an example out of these guys. But for who? It's okay for them to give overrated Carson Beck $4.3 million. Even coaches, white coaches are saying that's ridiculous. But let Nico ask for money and he gets crucified. They trying to set up a dual system here. That's what's happening. It's okay for you to do it, but not you. That's what they doing. Commanders on the clock. Yeah, if they take Shedeur, that's the travesty right there. That tells you they don't want him to start. Why draft him then? Why draft him? Yep, Shedeur going tomorrow. So what did so Washington, the 29th pick, just picked? What did Stephen A say? So even Stephen A didn't have the right information. That's all. Just fill up the stands. No, they want the money, but I don't think they want our money. I don't think they want our money. I really don't. I don't think they want our money. I don't think they respect us as fans. How can you respect me as a fan and you ostracize Colin Kaepernick for kneeling for people that look like me? How can you respect me as a fan when I know Shedeur Sanders is the best QB in this draft, and you try to embarrass him and you berate him and his father, which will hurt the program? I think it's more about Deion. This is not about Deion. Y'all got to stop saying that. This has nothing to do. Deion Sanders is not a bad dude. He didn't do anything to the NFL. That's why 31 executives were at Colorado's first game. This is not about Deion. They want y'all to say that because they want you to forget what happened to Lamar Jackson. In fact, they trying to spin that story. They want y'all to forget that the one that just won a Super Bowl, they did the same thing to him. Jalen Hurts didn't go to number 53. They doubted that dude to the game before the Super Bowl. Shedeur is just as good as they are. And they doing the same thing to him. They did it to Geno Smith. I don't know nobody else who was supposed to go first that ended up in the second round but Shedeur and Geno Smith. And Geno played for the Ravens. And if they pick him up tomorrow at pick 33 to 37, which is the same first 6 teams today, they doing him dirty as hell because it's hitting him in the pockets. So they must be pissed off that he's rich. Oh, you don't need the money. How many of y'all know people that had jobs and they was like, oh, you don't need the money? Same thing. This is not about football. This is not about winning. This is not about Coach Prime. They do this all the time. This not the first time. This not the last. And maybe Michael Vick should sit down and ask himself, now, how did they really find out about that? Not that it was right, but how did you find out about that? Shit like that take place way off somewhere. They wasn't posting it on social media in 2001 or 2007. How they find out about that? Maybe that was done to get rid of him. Just like to switch Lamar Jackson. Just like to leave Jalen Hurts for second. Just like propping Geno up for one, but making him go to the second round. And then when he go to the second round, he go to a trash team. Then he get traded. And that make it look like he's the problem. Geno Smith just got a big contract for $75 million. Sam Darnold's 27 and got one for $100 million. Geno Smith is not 27. These guys, they didn't want them as QBs, and they making their lives hell because they choose to be QBs. Why draft Shedeur if you just gonna? Why? Oh, I'm gonna pay you to live. They're making his life hell. Russell Wilson's going through the same thing. Russell Wilson said he came to Pittsburgh to start. Okay, I told y'all, let's see who they draft. I told you who they're gonna draft. I knew Shedeur wasn't going there. I refused to even talk about it in a mock draft. This is not about Deion. Lamar Jackson is not Deion's father. It's Deion's child. Neither is Jalen Hurts. Neither is Russell Wilson. Neither is Colin Kaepernick. Neither is Geno Smith. This right here is showing Coach Prime that these people not his friends like he thought. He might have some, but not not this crew that orchestrated this right here. And a lot of them are in the media. It's not about Deion. The rest of the QBs they have done this to. Remember, Russell Wilson had a collusion case. about veteran QBs being colluded against in terms of salary, the NFL and the teams colluding so they wouldn't get paid fairly. All the QBs were black. That were integral to the suit. Kyler Murray. That's why I said we're going to see what happened to him this year. Look at what happened to CJ Stroud. And then that person got traded to Washington. And now they talking about Shedeur going to Washington? Yeah, okay. So that means even Stephen A., who was Mr. ESPN himself, didn't know where Shedeur was going. But the people that said he was going in the second round and had a second round grade were right. The question is, which one of them teams that passed on him in the first round getting ready to be a vulture and pick him up in the second round? See, I couldn't do it. That's just me. I can't, because it don't even feel right. You know they playing in your face. So what do? You be like Russ and you keep smiling and you just keep going? And you take the $7 million when you could have got 43 for 44 or 40? All it is telling these young black guys, if y'all want to be in the NFL, y'all gonna need to do some shucking and jiving. Just come in here, shut your mouth, do what they tell you, get your money. You ain't gonna be happy, and find your white woman on the way out. I sometimes wondered if that's why they hated on Jalen Hurts. Yeah, I said it. I'm telling y'all, I put out a whole podcast episode for what listen up on the go. I'm telling y'all, this when stuff like this happen, this is not about one thing. It's not about one thing. Yes, it's to embarrass him. Just like it was to embarrass Lamar Jackson. But why? Because Lamar Jackson didn't want to work out as wide receiver. They say it's because he didn't run a 40 at his pro day. They say it's because he didn't run the 40 at the combine. It's because they asked him to work out as a wide receiver and he said, no, I want to be a QB. He won the Heisman, for Christ's sake. And they still let him go last. It's duality. It's one thing for the white QBs, it's another thing for the black QBs. It's like Jim Crow in the NFL. That's really what it is. You just got to call it what it is. That's what they have set up. The 330, snubbing Lamar Jackson for the third time for the MVP when he definitely should have won it. And giving Josh Allen $330 million. Jalen Hurts just won a Super Bowl. He only made $253. Let's see if he get the $330. And even if he do, Josh Allen got picked in the top 10, $26 million versus Jalen Hurts $9. This affects their career earnings. So Lamar, Shedeur, and Jalen Hurts would have to play longer than Josh Allen to get the same money. Duality. It's ugly. I hate to tell y'all, this is an ugly system. This is essentially Jim Crow for the NFL. Must be two water fountains somewhere because they are being treated differently. And the white QBs, they see it, but they're gonna go on and enjoy their life while you work harder to get where they are. It's Jim Crow. I know Coach Prime is upset. I don't know if he hurt or upset. But I know he don't have the friends he thought he had. 31 scouts was at Colorado's first game. 31 scouts and executive. They come out there every week. And if Shedeur falls and the rest of the guys don't get drafted and they have to try out and they make it and they get cut, it's going to hurt the program. Commanders pick Josh. Yep. It made no sense for Shedeur to go. I don't even know where Stephen A. got that from. They just want us to run for them and make the money. That's what they said about the Super Bowl halftime show. They said the Super Bowl is about them watching black men labor. They say that's what it's about. So here's the thing. I'm willing to pay you $43 million for you not to ever get your way. But I'm going to pay him $88 million and let him do whatever he wants. And because you want the money, you're going to tap dance for it. They just showed Shedeur and his family, and there are no people. Yeah, they left. And there are no people are waiting to see where Shedeur is going. This is making me mad. I wouldn't be mad. I think Shedeur and Prime need to think. I think they need to ask themselves some real hard questions. They need to understand. See, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I will figure it out a different way. That's what stuff like this is supposed to do. It's supposed to. There's a movie coming out. It's called Him. And it's about Marlon Wayans is a football player. The movie's gory. It's like a horror movie about a football player. And the plot is the sacrifices he's making, and they asking him, how bad do you want it? I know why he made the movie. Look at what's happening. Look at what's happening. Cam Moore got to ask himself, am I really the best quarterback? Or did they not want you doing this spot? Because we see Jackson Dart, right? You got to ask yourself. Because you want to trade this pick until the last minute. But this is generational wealth for a lot of guys. So for a long time since Colin Kaepernick, I didn't watch football. I'm only watching this really and truly because the guys are coming from Colorado. If they were still at Colorado, I would not be watching this. I just wouldn't. But I knew this was going to happen, and it just infuriates me. It infuriates me to no end that they would harass and disparage and berate Shedeur and Coach Prime and push the narrative that his father is too instrumental in his life. Jackson Dart's father was right there. This is to embarrass Shedeur. Have y'all seen Shedeur do anything that warrants him being embarrassed? Other than being confident? This is a message to every black athlete that want to go to the NFL. I'm telling y'all, if y'all get that NIL money in college, y'all might want to rethink it. If you get $8 million like Mensa, if you get $6 to $8 million, you might want to learn how to invest it. Because that's probably what he gonna do. Ain't no way, partner. Ain't no way. This right here is basically asking you how bad do you want it. That's what it is. That's what it is. You willing to take the scraps. That's what it is. That's all it is. You think this has absolutely nothing to do with Deion? No, Coach. I could see if Coach Prime was a bad person. No, Coach Prime is a legend in the NFL. This is about shunning the Sanders legacy. That's what this is about. Lamar Jackson was 32, right? Dead last in the first round. The NFL is flexing. They not just flexing. They basically, they doing what they did to Lamar Jackson. I keep telling you it's the same thing. I knew they was going to do this. I even said a guy in the media. That's why I put out the podcast. A media analyst was sitting on a round table desk somewhere. And they were talking about Lamar Jackson. And I knew what he was doing. And I raised the eyebrow. I talked about it on here. I said the guy was like, yeah, Lamar Jackson, yeah, he went number 32. And he said, who interviewed him? He asked the question knowing the answer because they talk before they get on camera. And the other guy said, Coach Prime, and he said, huh. That's why I put out the audio podcast. Is there a plot to embarrass Shedeur at the NFL draft? The answer is yes. Yep. Philly traded up. Sometimes it's hard to dance to their music, especially this generation. They not like us now. They not. And they tried to say while they was at the Super Bowl, they didn't see the halftime show. I'm like, but you heard it. Yep, Duke. It has. Yep, that's what it is. That's what it's like. That's what it's like. Shedeur even said it. It's like they trying to play God with me being drafted. Yeah. And I said today, we're going to go on here and see what God has done. Now, one thing about it, God going to bring good from bad. What they tried to do, Jeremiah 20:11, it ain't going to work out like they think. Just like Russ. Y'all saw how Russ was treated in Denver. And yes, Mike Tomlin, in my opinion, gave him shelter. That's how I looked at it. And then they went to the playoffs. They just lost in the first round. Then they forced Russ out of there. They got so much dirt going on with these black QBs concerned. They gonna screw themselves. They gonna screw themselves. Because see, while you was shunning Shedeur, Cam Ward just went to Tennessee. That wasn't supposed to happen. Where's the chart at? Let's look at it. Let's look at it. Hold on one second. Let me get it back up here. So I'm probably, I don't even know. It's crazy because I asked myself the other day, I said, this draft goes south like I think it's going to go. I got to ask myself a real question because I have a sports podcast. I already don't watch basketball no more. I don't watch men's basketball no more. I don't watch women's basketball no more. And I'm damn near about to be watching the NFL. I'm going to just be watching Coach Prime. I mean, I just can't do it. I just, it's going to be hard for me. Me and Jesus going to have to talk tonight. Because I know what's going on. I always knew what was going on, and they just confirmed it. That's all. But that's dirty. So this was the one where we had the second draft projection. Shedeur down here to Pittsburgh. They could always come back in the second round and take him. Don't be surprised. And then the organization will be happy because they didn't want to spend the money on him. That's essentially what it is. But this hurts every other QB out there. That's what this does. And I told y'all, didn't I just say it? Don't be surprised if they take Jackson Dart. Don't be surprised if they take Milroe first. So Jalen Milroe was what? Right here. I had him going where? Let's see. To the Saints, I think. Let's see. Watching Coach Prime only. Hell, that I might be a straight up college football, probably Colorado. Honestly, I wouldn't surprise me. It just wouldn't. It just wouldn't. Jalen Milroe to the New Orleans Saints. They might take him in the second round. See, what did they put out earlier? They said Derek Carr's situation is what? Uncertain. They need a QB. They said, but we're not going to change our draft plans. They didn't want a QB in the first round just in case Derek Carr come back. So they're going to grab one in the second, and it's either Shedeur or I think it's Milroe. I think it's Milroe because when the first draft projection came out, Milroe was going in the second round, number 40 to the Saints. Then there's Shedeur still out there. One of these dirty teams right here, and it ain't going to be the Giants. So you see right up here where we have the NFC East, we have 4 black QBs, and everybody talked about these are the best QBs. Jalen Hurts, Jalen Daniels, not Dak Prescott. Is that Dak Prescott? No. Who is DP? Is that Dallas? That is Dallas, I think. Yeah, that's Dallas. And then Russell Wilson, right? So now that Jackson Dart is up there. See, this how you know this is pure evil, right? I pushed Shedeur down, dragged him just to justify getting Jackson Dart after I acquired Russell Wilson, who was QB1. And I said, watch who they draft. That's going to tell you everything you need to know is Jackson Dart. So who y'all think going to start now? You think Russell going to start and be the first black starting QB in New York? Or you think it's going to be Jackson Dart? They started Daniel Jones, didn't they? So then now you over here with Cam in Tennessee. Now Jacksonville still have Trevor Lawrence. But now you see at first it was 2 black QBs. Now it's 3. With Russ gone and you push Shedeur here, now it's 3. Look at this division right here with the guy that just paid $330 million. Just Jalen Hurts. They sent Kenny Pickett to Cleveland, right? They sent him over here where Deshaun Watson is. So I knew Jalen Hurts, not Jalen Hurts. I knew that's Justin Fields. Justin Fields got Tyrod Taylor. So Justin Fields and Tyrod Taylor are both black. So you would think one of these teams right here, that's Tua. Tua's not black, but he is brown. So see, this is why they stack in black QBs. Because hell, I mean, Tua's brown, so that's 2. That's 3 out of 4, 2 out of 4, 3 out of 4, 2 out of 4. I mean, if I don't start stacking them, they're going to eventually take over, and they're going to be here, and then they're going to be here, and they're going to be here, and they're going to be here. So where Shedeur goes, if he go to the Browns with Deshaun Watson, that's a swap. That's a swap. Tennessee is the game. Cam Ward. The Saints, if Milroe go, is a game. So where would Shedeur go and game? He probably might end up somewhere where somebody else already is. Deshaun Watson. Hell, Dallas already got Joe Milton, so he not going there. Anthony Richardson just got Daniel Jones. Drake May just lost Joe Milton, so he could end up where Drake May is with the Patriots. They said they needed a QB because they lost Joe Milton. They trying to find somewhere for Shedeur to go where he will not be QB1. I'm telling you, that's what they're doing. They don't want him to be QB1. Most times when you draft somebody in the second round, you don't expect them to be QB1, not to be really good. They did with Will Levis. They did with Jalen Hurts. It didn't work out for Will Levis. It did work out for Jalen Hurts. But believe me, when they drafted Jalen Hurts, number 53, they did not have high expectations for him because they would have drafted him higher. So they sent in Shedeur that they don't have high expectations for him. I have been strictly a college football fan since my college days. I could see why. I think it was Shedeur who told Cam to stay. It was Shedeur Sanders told. Thank y'all, 37 of us. Hit the like button, please. Shedeur Sanders told Cam Ward, instead of coming out this year, stay one more year. And he just went the first pick. What did he tell Travis? Travis just went the second pick. So the good guy is being stomped on. The guy that's the conduit for everybody is being ostracized. I think they will start Dart. He's a first round pick and someone will be traded. Right. And it's probably going to be Russell Wilson. Or Russell Wilson. Actually, they just want, see, Russ and Shedeur in the same boat. They don't want neither one of them to be QB1. And definitely not in Pittsburgh because Mike Tomlin elevated Russ from QB2 to QB1. That's why, I'm telling you, that's why Justin Fields got out of there. He knew what was coming. So somebody about to do Shedeur real dirty in this second round tomorrow and draft him to a team that passed over him in the first round. They want him to sit behind. Yeah, they don't want Shedeur to start. That's what's crazy to me. See, we normal. So we expect to win. And we know you can win with Shedeur. He's done it 3 times. They don't want Shedeur to start. They don't want Russ to get what he wanted. They don't want Shedeur to get what he wanted. It wouldn't surprise me if not only is Miro drafted over Shedeur, so is possibly Quinn Ewers. Not saying it's going to happen, but it could happen. It could happen. It shouldn't have happened. This is wrong. And this is going to make a lot of people think. And Coach Prime going to move different. Watch what I tell you. Watch when them scouts start coming out to them schools. Oh, that's going to be crazy. That's going to be nuts. Giants coach just tweeted that Russ is a starting QB. Yeah, okay. I don't believe shit they say until the season starts. We're going to see. Justin Fields was a starting QB when Russ got there. We're going to see. Shedeur told Cam and Travis to stay another year. He told Cam not to come out yet. He told Cam not to come out last year because his draft stock hadn't got up enough. He wasn't known enough. He went from a 0 star to the first round by staying this year. So he told him to get his draft credibility up. And it worked. And Shedeur told, come over here with us to Jackson. Jimmy Horn Jr. was supposed to go to Jackson State. I didn't know that till I heard Jimmy say it. He said, I was supposed to go to Jackson State too, but he went to USF and he eventually came to Colorado. Shedeur was responsible for bringing all of those guys. And you see how they shunning the good guy, the one that's the conduit for all the success? That's why I'm telling y'all, this is evil. This is evil. That's all this is. When you are close to your blessing, these are the types of things that happen. But typically they happen from outside forces, not to where you're going. That's why I'm saying it's crazy. It's called collusion. That's what I'm saying. The NFL is crazy because they just got found guilty. They were just found guilty of collusion with the veteran QBs who were black. Think about it, it ain't been that long since they didn't want these QBs, these black QBs, to be at the helm of these teams. I knew the Giants wasn't picking Shedeur though. I knew it. Coach Prime is already moving different. Yeah, he moving different. Coach Prime, when he said, let me take a vacation from the bull jump. Now I want y'all to think about the BS that these people have to deal with. See, y'all think it's just because they Sanders. It is, but it's not. It's not. It's about shunning the Sanders legacy and highlighting the Manning legacy. It's coming. This football season is coming. They ain't even mentioned none of Colorado QBs. None. Not one. Just like before, when you looked at the 2024 incoming QBs for last year, Cam and Shedeur was like 8 and 9. I think Cam was above Shedeur. Gave him no props, no credibility. I mean, like he had none. And they treated him like he wasn't a top top five Heisman candidate. They treated him like he didn't win the Johnny Unitas Award, that he didn't break 100 records. He didn't just get his jersey retired. They was upset about the jersey retirement. They don't want Shedeur to get what he want, just like they didn't want Russell Wilson to get what he want. And the coach say Russell gonna start. We gonna see. Maybe he will. This is gonna be a first for them though. So we shall see. But I told y'all they was gonna draft Dart. It said I'm in Seattle. I'm Seattle born and raised. And I will say Geno Smith ain't never been no good to me and a lot of us. I mean, didn't he end up second in the division this year? When he left there, the Giants only saying that Russ is starting so they don't appear to be. Yeah, the Giants knew what they was going to do all the way through. When they started making those comments about Jackson Dart sneaking into the first, my question was why he got to sneak? Because you know he's not better than these other guys. That's just who you want. That's Daniel Jones all over again. Now, he might be better than Daniel Jones, but there are white coaches saying, did y'all not see him throw 4 interceptions in the last game? Sometimes you got to give people what they want. But I told y'all they're going to do Russ 30. But we going to see. I ain't going to watch it. I'm going to have to that y'all going to have to tell me. But what pick are we on? I don't even know. I don't even know. I'm just letting y'all know. I knew this was going to happen. All right, 45 of us. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. I'm probably going to have to make this one private. I'm going to have to take it down and edit it out because I know I was pissed off. But see, because what they did to Shedeur is wrong. I'm telling you. I knew they was going to do it. Then once it confirmed that they was willing to mistreat him to justify stupidity, I wasn't happy at all. Travis better get the start prayer for the wrong he been doing. What? Wait, what? What you know? Grandma Lydia, what you talking about? What's going on? That sounds like breaking news to me. Listen, Shedeur gonna land where he gonna land. And he gonna be good wherever he is. If he wanna play in the NFL for $9 million or $7 million, then that's up to him. But God knew this was gonna happen. He did, because so did I. So did I. I didn't know he was gonna I knew he was not going to New York. I really did. Hit the like button. Yes, please hit the like button. I ain't watching round 1 done. Oh, okay. Round 1 is done. He knew what was up when the NCAA allowed Virginia to contact the CU player before he entered the portal. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, and y'all never heard the NCAA come out and say, oh, we looking into allegations of tampering or nothing. Because it's CU. They don't want Coach Prime to be successful. They don't want Shedeur to get what he want. They don't want the Sanders legacy to live on. They act like Shiloh don't exist. They're going to try to snub the rest of the players so they can hurt the program, and they're going to get everything that they want. That's what they think. They feel like like Shedeur said the other day on Max Crosby podcast, they out here trying to play God. I will support Shedeur and whatever he decide, but this is one of those straws that has broken the camel back. Once I see what's really going on and it's confirmed, I already knew, but now that it's confirmed, see, it's hard for me to invest my time and my emotions and my intellect in bullshit. I just can't do it. I'm not built that way. That's why I don't watch women's basketball no more. If you look at this podcast, I had 16,000 views on several of my videos. I was at men's games before I watched women's basketball. I used to love basketball. I'm only watching NFL because of these guys, and they don't care about that. Because I guess I ain't their customer base. I turned the channel, and I don't want to hear anybody say anything about it. Okay, I didn't even know round 1 was done. So, I think Shedeur kind of knew too. Yeah, I mean, these are the times when you experience things like this. You need to have an intimate relationship with Christ. You do. Because see, weak people who don't have no self-esteem, they will be second guessing themselves. They will be, what is wrong with me? They will be begging to be let in. You have to go to bed knowing that God knew this was going to happen and ask him to direct your steps. Do you still want me to be in the NFL? He might say yes. Why? Because when God delays or redirects, it's for your good and his glory. And that's what we need to go to sleep on. Shedeur is a star. He's a star. And Jeremiah 29:11 says, y'all know what it says. So we're going to go to bed. And I don't know if I'm going to watch it tomorrow. I'm going to have to wait to hear where people probably went, because I have things to do too. And honestly, I don't think I have it in me to just sit here and watch this young man be just left to languish, and Quinn Ewers and Jalen Milroe go before him. So it's like he peed on the floor and they want to put his face in it. I don't have it in me to watch that. I don't. I really don't. So if I'm live, turn notifications on, I might be. Otherwise, I'm going to be hearing about it on Threads and Twitter and everywhere else. So they may deter high-ranking players from choosing CU. I'm pretty sure that's the point. Then it will have people not right. That's the point. The point, if you shun the Sanders legacy, why would I go to CU? That's what Coach Prime stands on, the Prime effect. If that's the only way you're gonna get rid of Coach Prime or fired from any university is if the Prime effect don't exist. I said if Herm Edwards had the Prime effect at Arizona, they would have never been able to do what they did to him. And they came when Coach Prime was at CU and did the exact same thing to Coach Prime, but it didn't work because he had the Prime effect. So now you have to shun the Sanders legacy. They don't want Coach Prime to get what he wants, Shedeur to get what he wants. You see, they already snubbed Shiloh. They will continue to snub Shiloh. I'm telling you, there are people, recruits looking at this. This will matter. Just like it mattered that Coach Prime's contract hadn't been signed. It did affect scouts. There are going to be people that's going to change. They're going to flip. They're going to be like, okay, I ain't going to be able to get there like that. I might as well go to UT. Look at UT didn't even go to the Natty. I didn't even hear Notre Dame call anytime tonight. And they went. UT didn't, and they getting them all in. Alabama, they getting them all in. I think they asked one, Michael Parsons had somebody on. He was on somebody's podcast, and one of them asked the other one, why did you go to Alabama? Because I want to get drafted. You see? That's why Alabama and the SEC got the most combine invites. This ain't about winning. This ain't about what you earn. This is about politics. This is about racial politics. This is about college football politics, about maintaining the whiteness in the sport, about maintaining the SEC legacy in the sport. That's what this is about. And it's starting to implode. That's why the Pac-12 barely exists. They got 2 teams in the Pac-12. So that's why. That's why the NFL draft had low energy. Even the commentators weren't excited. I mean, because people knew the bullshit was coming, just like Coach Prime did. I'm telling you, people knew. The things that they were saying about Shedeur was a setup for what just happened. And they say the media don't have no power or influence. That's actually not true. What do you mean, Coach Prime moving different? What does that mean? It says, most commercials were Shedeur and on Primes. Right. And they willing, and that tells you who the league really is. The Dallas Cowboys not the only ones that don't want to win. The Dallas Cowboys is the only ones that figured out how to still get to a $10 billion valuation without winning. And as soon as the rest of them figure out they could copy and paste, football will just be mere entertainment like the WWE. World Wrestling Entertainment. It used to be World Wrestling Federation because people thought it was legit. When they realized it was staged, they had to change the name to WWE because it's just pure entertainment. That's what the Dallas Cowboys are. Imagine going to the Cowboys and the owner telling you to switch your number to 88 because he had fond memories of it and he ain't tried to win a Super Bowl since you was there. This is something, what it's showing us is the NFL would rather cut off its nose than draft all of these and pay all of these black quarterbacks. Jalen Milroe ain't got drafted yet either. I already knew they was going to snub him though. But the fact that they was willing to snub Shedeur, it can only be one, and we're gonna have to let it be Cam Ward. Because if they didn't pick Cam Ward, somebody was coming for that pick. And they was like, let me just get Cam Ward. How long did they talk about trading that pick? Damn near from the beginning. They just made up their mind. Let's see what happened down there because Will Levis is still there. He might end up like Michael Penix Jr. Then again, they might let him start and it might work. I don't know. They say they don't have no O-line, so I don't know what's going on down there. But I'm happy for the guys to get where they are. But the message that the league is sending, you don't have no choices. You just hear the tap dance. That's it. And yeah, Jackson Dart can do what he wants. He ain't even got to be better than you. So we're going to get out of here, guys. And we'll be back tomorrow. There are 43 of us. 43 of us. Please let there be 43 likes. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe. I know how y'all feeling some type of way. But I'm telling y'all, God knew this was going to happen. Go to bed. Or whatever you got to do tonight. You got to go to work. And understand who's really in control. It sure did. They didn't sign the contract until the end. It said, that's it and that's all. Yep. That's it. Yeah, they didn't pick Cam until the very last. The very last. Because when Shedeur was supposed to be going to the Saints, baby, they was like, wait a minute. And then y'all forgot. Shedeur, Alvin Kamara came up there, then guess what happened? Derek Carr mysteriously was gonna be out for the season. Then Tennessee decided, oh, I better keep this pick. Because it is highly possible. It was said in New Orleans, folks, they was trying to make that happen. That's why when Shedeur was on Max Crosby podcast and he picked his QB wide receiver combo, when he said Derek Carr and Olave, Max Crosby almost choked. He said, wait a minute, you just threw me for a curve. I didn't expect you to say that. What made y'all think Alvin Kamara come up there? The coach, Kellen Moore, wanted his own quarterback. The GM didn't. So they fight it out. You see who was in the draft rooms. It's a shame that when I said y'all see who in Tennessee draft room, what did I say? One chip in a cookie. One. So we know what it is. We all on the same page now, and it ain't just us. The world that was watching, everybody gets it. Even Stephen A. got the okie doke. Somebody straight up lied to him. Because I was like, why the hell would they send Shedeur to Washington? We gonna see where he lands, but it's gonna be strategic. You best believe that. All right, y'all. So we gonna get out of here tonight. I would say it was excellent. It wasn't. It was some bullshit. So we gonna be back probably somewhere in tomorrow. I might take the night off. Because this is some bullshit. I'm sorry. So y'all just keep your notifications on, and when I come back, I will reschedule probably Saturday night, give everybody some time to decompress. If there's some breaking news, turn your notifications on. I'll just hop on and go live, even if I'm out and about. All right, y'all. I'm gonna say goodnight. Thank y'all so much. This was it was great communing with y'all. That part was good. The draft was some bullshit. So it was great communing. I'll see y'all later. Have a blessed night. All right. Good night, everybody.